Clerk, please call the roll.
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram. Danielson. Donovan. Finberg. Fields. Excused. He told me James said. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkins Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundin. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Senzinger. Fields. Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Would the good senator from Colorado Springs please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of your choice? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. I move that the reading of the Journal of Tuesday, May 18th, 2021 be dispensed with and the Journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 19th. Correctly printed Senate Bills 274, 275, 276, 277, 178. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 146, 158, 174, 180, 199, 229, 240, 241, 243, 248, 249, 253, 267. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 256 and 266. Correctly revised House Bills 1006, 1010, 1021, 1073, 1087, 1128, 1145, 1180, 1200, 1219. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1142 and 1237.
Committee reports.
May 19th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1028 be amended as follows, so amended before the committee hold favorable recommendation. May 19th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1050 be referred to committee hold favorable recommendation. May 19th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends follows: House Bill 1109 be amended as follows, so amended before the committee hold favorable recommendation. May 19th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1140 be referred to the committee hold be referred to the committee hold favorable recommendation and recommendation placed on consent calendar. May 19th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1225 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 19th, considering appropriations after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1248 be amended as follows, so amended before the committee of whole with favorable recommendation. May 19th, committee on appropriations after consideration of merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 242 be referred as follows, so amended before the committee of whole with favorable recommendation. May 19th, committee on appropriations after consideration of merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 252 be referred to the committee of whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 18th, committee on state, veterans, and military affairs after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1287 267, be referred to committee of the whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 18th, Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1277, be referred to committee of the whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 18th, Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1274, be amended as follows: so amended, be referred to committee of the whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar.
Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles to the bills listed on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1021 by Representatives Pelton and Caraveo and Senators Zenzinger and Heisey concerning supporting the peer support professional workforce in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1200 by Representative Kipp and Ritz and Senators Bridges and Lundin concerning the financial liability standards for public schools and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 158 by Senator Danielson and Pedersen and Representative Tatone and Durant concerning modifications to Colorado Health Service Corps program administered by the Department of Public Health and Environment to expand the availability of geriatric care providers in shortage areas in the state and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 267 by Senators Hansen and Representative Herod concerning the extension of Office of Public Guardianship.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1021, House Bill 1200, Senate Bill 158, and Senate Bill 267.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills of the third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading consent calendar? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has to be a no vote on 1021.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1021. Senator Linden.
Good morning, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1021.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1021. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, with 33 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1021 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Hansen, Lee, Pedersen, Winter, Janal, Story, Quorum, Kolker. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1200 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Simpson, Mr. Minority Leader, Moreno, Janal, Lee, Hansen, Rankin, Gardner, Woodward, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Gonzalez, Buckner, Winter, Priola, Danielson, Smallwood, Fields, the Majority Leader, Liston, Sonnenberg, Pedersen, Cook, Scott, Rodriguez, Heisey, Kolker. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, Senate Bill 158 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Winter, Donovan, Rodriguez, Janal, Story, Hansen, Hawkes Lewis, Buckner, Rankin, Kolker, Fields, Lee, Zenzinger, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, Senate Bill 267 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Gardner, third reading of bill's final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1006?
House Bill 1006 by Representative Escar and Will and Senators Garcia and Heisey concerning fifth day school week supplemental enrichment program.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1006 on third reading and final passage. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually asked for a no vote, and I oppose this bill, which might seem really strange because, as those of you know who work with me on it, I've been very active in something called the Education Leadership Council for about 3 or 4 years, and I still chair that council, and there are extensive discussions about education and particularly community involvement and outreach. In fact, there are 4 principles or legs to the vision that we in the ELC are working on and promoting, and some of you are on that, and others of you are running bills directly in support. And those 4 principles are early childhood, lots of activity in that arena, transition to high school, literacy, the READ Act, which you've heard me talk about, and the 4th is community outreach. And it would appear that this bill is that. And in fact, every one of the grant recipients under this bill would be organizations that are doing tremendous work, and I totally support. To me, community outreach is after-school activity, all sorts of supportive programs for kids that add to the school, the enrichment of school. But it's not fifth day. I think this is a dangerous precedent. I think we are institutionalizing the fifth day. I don't think we should run bills that promote the fifth day being a responsibility for other than our local education providers, our school districts, our schools. We ought to be doing absolutely everything we can to get the proper funding and the proper motivation to get our schools back to 5 days. I believe if we go in this direction, we are making a mistake in institutionalizing fifth day. And that's strange because I just couldn't support these organizations more. And in fact, this is actually happening. In Rifle, the fifth day looks like every other day, but it's not school. It's not school. It's outside organizations doing various enrichment programs. So I just believe that we should pay a lot of attention to what we're signaling here about the fifth day in our school districts, most rural districts have already gone to fourth day. I want to help them go back to 5 days.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I join my friend and colleague from Carbondale in urging caution here. 1006 ostensibly is very well intentioned, very well targeted, but we cannot allow this to be a precedent, referring to the previous remarks. We are struggling to buy down the negative factor. That is the first priority. We cannot create another educational mechanism with state funding for a fifth day. If individual school districts want to use this for their total program, fine, let them make that local decision. But we do not have the budget capability to create another parallel 20% more for a fifth day around the state. I want to be very clear about that. So I'm going to vote yes on 1006 today, but caution all of us in this chamber and to lay down a clear marker that this is not a primary state responsibility. Cannot be a primary state responsibility, especially when we're still at almost $600 million negative factor ongoing year after year. So keep that in mind as you think about 1006. Right now, there is no funding attached to this bill. Fine, we create a mechanism, we create a pathway. If local districts want to do more in this area, let that be their choice, but this cannot be a state responsibility.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill, and I think that the comments you've heard are adequate, appropriate comments. The reality is K-12 education has a core mission. It needs to do the core job, and we stray from that constantly. You hear me complain routinely that we're taking money away from student-facing classroom teachers and carving it off and supporting cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and adding them to the list of people defined as educators. We need to remain on that core mission. But this bill is about enrichment, after school, additional, plus up. It's a different element. We do need to be focused. And yes, I think not only do students need to be in the classroom 5 days a week, but I think we need to look at the fact that the agrarian calendar we work on so the kids can go home in May to help plant and harvest the crops later in the year needs to be reconsidered. Year-round school is something that should be something we should look at with creativity. The industrial clock, where the whistle blows at 7 a.m. when the parents go to the factory floor and the kids go to school. The industrial clock is an artifact of a bygone era that needs to be reconsidered as well. So there's all sorts of things we can be talking about, but this is about additional enrichment work that we can provide, enrichment opportunities we can provide to students. That's what this bill is. Yes, the cautionary comments you have heard are well lodged, but this bill is about plus up, additional, and that's the way it needs to be, and we do need to be cautious, but I think we should lean into that. I support the bill.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the comments that have been made prior to me on 1006. But in the realm of public education, where we are so underfunding our schools, almost $600 million a year right now, it's been as much as $1 billion a year, it is absurd that we would further dilute that funding to spend on providing a fifth day of enrichment instead of a fifth day of education in any of our schools. And more than half of our districts currently are on a 4-day school week. That should be mortifying to all of us. That is a cost-cutting measure. It is not best practice. It is not beneficial for our kids to be on a 4-day school week. A 5-day school week is what they need, and that's what all of them should have. And we should not dilute our funding even further by investing in something that is not full public education, equitable education for all of our kids across Colorado. I'm totally opposed to this bill. We need to invest in providing full 5-day-a-week school for all of our kids. And we do not need to set a new precedent in this realm. And I urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. No one's arguing that these organizations do good work. But let me tell you something about the 4-day school week. We had 4-day school weeks long before we had negative factor. These are primarily rural schools. It wasn't that long ago that I heard, and it was not a point to brag about. I completely agree with the previous speaker that the fact that we're over 50% on a 4-day week is not something that we would want to put on our Chamber of Commerce move to Colorado brochures, but we hit 50% probably more like 6 to 8 years ago. We are up now to about 112 school districts out of 168 are on a 4-day week. Now, it doesn't mean half the kids, because your larger school districts, they're on the 5-day week. It's the rural. It is primarily a cost-cutting. And it's just a fact of life when you get outside of the urban areas. But I ask that we support those kids, support those students. It is a fact that they are on a 4-day week. Not voting for this bill doesn't do anything to put them back on a 5-day week, but it does have the potential to get them some additional support, both educational and social, on that 5th day and after school. I urge an aye vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1006 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Quorum, Rankin, Story, Colker, Danielson, Gonzalez, Liston, the minority leader, Smallwood, with 26 aye votes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1006 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Simpson, Moreno, Janal, Zenzinger, Priola, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1010?
House Bill 1010 by Representative Ricks and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senator Fields concerning increasing the diversity of Colorado's educators in elementary and secondary public schools and in connection thereof making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I move House Bill 1010 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be a no vote on 1010. I wanted to come down and just explain why. It has a little bit to do with the prior discussion or the discussion on the prior bill. One of the speakers referenced our kids and our schools. They're not the state's kids and they're not the state's schools. I don't really have a problem with 1010 in encouraging diversity in the workforce, but let's keep perspective. How many of the public schools in Colorado are state schools? None of them. They're district schools. So here we are again as a contributor to the total funding in our public education system, and we have a Department of Education across the street that isn't part of the governor's cabinet. The State Board of Education are elected based on congressional districts. The Commissioner of Education is selected, hired by the State Board of Education. But the governor isn't over CDE. The legislature isn't over CDE other than we do make state law. But to say that CDE, based on this bill, and Commission on Higher Education, that's a different matter. Yeah. But for CDE to adopt these new standards for 178 different employers called school boards that employ people who teach our kids in their respective districts. You know who owns the school buildings in those districts? Well, who controls them? The people who live in those districts own them, the taxpayers, and the people who control them are the 5 or 7 members of the school board. So to set up criteria by which a different employer must hire, gosh, okay, there's state and federal requirements on private sector employers, but all right, I suppose we can do this for public sector, but isn't it up to a school board in a school district to hire teachers, hire people to work within the school district based on the people available to hire in that district? Have you ever been in Cheyenne Wells? There's a hand. I've been. Yep, there's another one. There are a few others. Yep. If you haven't been in Cheyenne Wells, get in your car and go east, and then go southeast, and go to this beautiful place in Colorado. I've been there once. But you know what you won't find there? Very many people. There's very few people out there. So on a statewide basis, to encourage these standards, again, yes, diversity in the workforce, that's a good goal, but it's just in my opinion, here we go again, implementing standards that make sense in higher populated, more populated areas of our state. But my friend from Sterling, he reminds me, I think he represents about 20 to 25% of all of the school districts in our state. I represent one of the 178. It's the third most populated district. And this bill actually could make some sense there. But in Cheyenne Wells, I don't think it does. In a lot of the districts, I don't think it does. And rather like funding of higher education, I remember the great Mike Johnson and I had a discussion. He had a little bit of an epiphany in Senate Ed one day. And I was talking about our share of total funding at the institutions of higher education, and he was talking about our share of tuition. And the CFO from the University of Colorado started to explain the difference. And in a lot of the larger institutions, we're a single-digit number in the total funding for some of the institutions of higher education. And my friend, Senator Johnson, was arguing that, no, it was much higher. It was, 20, 25%. That's of tuition. But in total funding, it's a single-digit number for the big institutions. So we're a minority contributor based on their total funding, and yet we're going to presume to tell them how they have to hire. It's not against being against diversity in the workplace. It is that we're not the minority, or we're not the majority contributor, the majority shareholder in the higher education space. And out of 178 school districts, who controls who hires whom in every one of those? A school board, not us. So to encourage them to adopt their own standards, I guess I could understand that. Ask for a no vote on the bill. House Bill 1010. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lindy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I rise in support of this bill for a very specific education nerdy kind of thing. What the bill does is it lifts up the cover and helps us understand the assessments that educators are turning in that define how their education prep programs are doing. I think that there is a complete, there's far too much opacity that we can't see into that well. This bill gives us the ability to kind of look under the covers in a way that we couldn't previously do. And I support it for that very specific education wonky reason. So I just wanted you to know there's a couple of moving parts in this. The prior speaker is spot on in terms of the big concept of how things work with regard to this. But there's this little Easter egg that is in this bill that is worth looking for if you can find it. I rise in support of 1010.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I urge a strong aye vote on this bill 1010. The reason why, I've been working on this issue and this topic since 2014. And the reason I've been working on this topic is because I had a young student at the time, was in elementary school. She's now attending Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. And she came to me and she asked me, will I ever have a black teacher? By that time, she was in middle school. And the only people of color that she saw were people that were janitorial staff, or they worked in the cafeteria, or they were security guards. But she never had a black teacher that taught her social studies, history, comprehension as it relates to reading. She finally got her black teacher when she was in high school. And now at Emory University, she has been exposed to black professors. We live in a community and a society that is reflective of all nationalities and races. There's nothing wrong with the Colorado Department of Education convening a study to look at why we don't have diversity in our schools. And it's not just for the black student I was trying to be an advocate for. All students, despite their race, should be exposed to a teacher of color, because our world is made up of people of color. And our educators and our teachers should reflect that in the school districts that they serve. It's only the right thing to do. I think it helps with graduation rates. And what this study does, it looks at the preparation of teachers. It looks at the recruitment of teachers and their ability to make sure that they pass their licensure tests. Right now, nationally, only 38% of teachers, nationally, are teachers. And it's even less than that in the state of Colorado. I think in Colorado, it says here in my fact sheet, 10% of all teachers in the state of Colorado are Black or Latino. Surely we can do better than that. But in order to do better, we have to know better. And to know better means that we need to study and assess and analyze what the areas and the barriers are so that we can increase those numbers. So members, this is not complicated. We should not make it complicated. We need to have teachers of colors in our classroom for all students in the state of Colorado. Vote yes on House Bill 1010.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1010 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Cook, Gardner, Liston, Heisey, Quorum, Smallwood, Scott. With 25 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1010 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Pedersen, Winter, Story, Coleman, Priola, Donovan, Gonzalez, Buckner, Zenzinger, Danielson, Lee, Janal, Kolker, Moreno, Hanson, Hawkes Lewis, Simpson. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1073?
House Bill 1073 by Representative Van Bebber and Michelson, Janay, and Senators Moreno and Kirkmeyer concerning the creation of Support Foster Families license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1073 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1073 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Sonnenberg. Lundin. With 32 aye votes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1073 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Rankin, will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1087?
House Bill 1087 by Representatives Doherty and Bradfield and Senators Danielson concerning authorizing education support professionals to participate in the teaching and learning conditions survey and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1087 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of House Bill 1087 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Cook, Sonnenberg, Priola, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood, Rankin, Scott, Simpson, the Minority Leader. With 22 aye votes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1087 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Story, Zenzinger, Moreno, Buckner, Colker, Hanson, Winter. Please add the president.
Pleased to be joined by Senator Winters.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1128?
House Bill 1128 by Representative Michael Zernier and Senators Hanson and Winter concerning the creation of a special license plate for end-of-life care in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1128 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1128. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, with 32 aye votes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1128 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hawkins Lewis, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1145?
House Bill 1145 by Representative Kipp and Soper and Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Simpson concerning the creation of a special license plate to support pollinators in connection with making appropriation.
Members, I was just asking the secretary where the easel is. You know, in the Senate, you usually use the easel for such props, and it appears that it does not, it no longer exists.
We have a new easel. We have a new easel. Oh, yeah.
Senator Simpson. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1145 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye and buzz vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like I need to salute to come to the well any longer. 20 minutes is really not enough time to do justice to the importance of pollinators. Little known but interesting fact about myself is that, no, I'm not personally a pollinator, but that I, as a child, kept bees and learned a good deal about bees as pollinators and the importance of pollinators to our economy. As I said, 20 minutes is not enough time to do justice, so I'll simply say that we should not rest until every particular special interest group in Colorado has its own license plate, and pollinators are among them. Vote aye.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want everybody to know that as someone who struggles with allergies in the spring and fall, I will still be a yes on this bill.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we might as well get this out there now, right? Because I've had a few of you already come and talk to me about this. Yes, I am a beekeeper. And I didn't know how I was going to vote against this bill until I actually saw the license plate. And realized that it takes an extraordinary amount of artistic skill to design a license plate that is guaranteed to clash with every single vehicle color in the entire state of Colorado. So I was consulting with my colleagues as to whether or not I should take a 17C on this or not, but given the fact that it's just a license plate and it doesn't necessarily benefit me directly, I'd
Like on all license plate bills, I'd encourage you to never carry one, but to vote for all of them.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1145 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin. With 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1145 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Lee, Winter, Story, Coleman, Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1180?
House Bill 1180 by Representatives Valdez D. and Will and Senators Quorum concerning measures to increase the biomass utilization throughout the state.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move House Bill 1180, third reading, final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1180 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood, with 31 ayes, 4 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1180 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Priola, Rankin, Lee, Winter, Simpson, Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219 by Representative Escar and Mullica and Senators Moreno and Buckner concerning the license plate to recognize nurses in Colorado in connection there with making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, with 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1219 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Story, Huckus Lewis, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 180?
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Priola and Zenzing and Representative Burton Tatone concerning a report to be submitted to the General Assembly by the Department of Public Health and Environment regarding post-consumer recycled content recommendations for packaging and connections there with making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Mr. President, members, I move Senate Bill 180 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 180 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Cook, Smallwood, Gardner, Woodward, Scott, Lundin, This is no votes on Senate Bill 180. Senator Lundin.
Forgive my inattention, Mr. President. I was captivated by all the beautiful flags and my mind wandered. I thought I was co-sponsoring and wished to be recorded as a yes vote on 180, not a no vote.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as an aye vote. Not a yes vote, an aye vote on 180. No votes on 180. Senator Colker be recorded as a no vote. Senator Gonzalez. With 25 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 180 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hawkins Lewis, Lundin, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Janison and Story, Representative Amabile and McKean, concerning the creation of a rural jumpstart zone grant program in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from Wheat Ridge and I move Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill, not because I don't want to help the good people in rural Colorado, but the fact is that the economy now is booming all across our state. And don't take my word for it. Just here since the 3 weeks or so ago that we heard this bill, I've just been kind of periodically looking at newspapers and stuff. Here is an article, headline, State Jobless Claims are Down. Another article from the Wall Street Journal, spurred by checks, household income rises a record 21%. I also checked the unemployment rates here in Colorado. The unemployment rate continues to come down each and every month since last year. Most recent figures, it was here in Colorado, it was 6%. More than likely, when the new numbers come out, it's going to be even lower. Here's a recent article from the Wall Street Journal. U.S. economy bounces back near its peak. Breakneck recovery. The list goes on and on. The fact of the matter is that even in rural Colorado, the checks are getting out to people. There are lending institutions that are more than willing and able to help small businesses, which they want to do. So while I support, quite frankly, this could apply to a lot of situations where we're just throwing money at people and businesses which, quite frankly, aren't going to need it because the economy is coming back. It was very strong in the fourth quarter. It was strong in the first quarter. I think we'll see continued improvement. I would respectfully ask for a no vote on 229.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The economic recovery is not uniform. I mean, you can quote statistics for the nation and for Colorado, but you're still leaving out rural Colorado. The Jump Start program was actually designed a few years ago. This bill puts it in statute because it was never actually defined in statute, but DOLA invented this program. It's been extremely successful for rural Colorado. And even before the COVID pandemic, we had spots in Colorado, the North Fork of Gunnison County, where basically transitioning from coal, it was been very successful. This is a very popular program in rural Colorado. It is unique. Now, I sometimes call our Office of Economic Development the Office of Economic Development for the Front Range, specifically for Fort Collins and Boulder. And, this is an attempt on the part of DOLA to actually balance that out and help in a very unique way rural Colorado. I urge a yes vote on this. It is a rural program, and with due respect to my good friend, the senator from El Paso County, these statistics just don't apply to the state in a uniform way. So from a perspective of a rural legislator who represents 7 counties and 21 towns, this is an important program.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will all the sidewalk senators please look me in the eye? Sidewalk senators, those of you that live that have a sidewalk in front of your house, do not drive a gravel road to get home. My good friend from El Paso County knows so much that is not true. The fact is, in rural Colorado, we are struggling. In the west end of Montrose County, the little town of Nucla. Been there. Thank you. Coal mine shut down, the power plant shut down. 120 of 360 jobs in the community are gone. 6 have been replaced. In northwest Colorado, the good senator from Carbondale, in this decade, over 1,000 jobs in the coal mining industry will be gone. The power plants will be gone. What are you going to do for just transition? How are you going to replace thousands of jobs in rural Colorado that are on the chopping block if you say, I'm sorry, this is not important, you are doing well? In the feedlot, we have a term for that. I won't use it today, but that's what it is. Rural Colorado is not doing as well as some of you who live on the sidewalk with the paved street, and this is an important bill for rural Colorado. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's very hard to follow my good senator friend from Montrose, but I'll do my best. Being one of the sponsors of the original Jumpstart bill with Senator Johnston a few years back, it was a fascinating journey. A very simple idea, which we quite frankly copied from New York State and also, I believe, Texas, is where the draft of the bill came from. We left out quite a few things that the New York folks did and the Texas folks did, which was literally to put millions of dollars into advertising for their states. Because that was a huge bone of contention in this body, was we're not going to spend millions of dollars advertising. And you probably saw ads, Super Bowl ads, several things that New York did. And I don't know how successful their program's been. I've heard that it's not doing that great, but it's not doing that bad. So when we passed the bill in this chamber, we literally passed the bill, as I recall, with 3 votes. That was it. It was close. The good senator from Durango at that time helped put us over the top, but it was a tight vote. We were very concerned because it was very difficult to get folks to think about rural Colorado in a different sense than just farms and ranches. We have business opportunities. Shortly after this bill was passed, we started to get reports back from the counties that applied. And as far as I know, the data is still fairly close. 44 counties out of 64 were considered depressed. It was a shocking moment. 44 out of 64. That's not a healthy state. That's not a healthy state. What we ended up with was some Front Range counties just doing incredibly well, but the further you went away from the Front Range, the counties were not doing well for lots of different reasons. The coal mine closures, pressure from the federal government on federal lands, pressure from our own state to shut down oil and gas production. There's been a lot of pressure on rural Colorado that you just don't see. Now, I do believe in short-term stimulus. I don't believe in long-term programs that go on forever that just never seem to end, because then there's no motivation for anybody to break away from that and be on their own. We've had a great success in Mesa County with the Jumpstart program. We also have a program there, it's an incubator program to help small businesses start. It's been incredibly successful. And yes, believe it or not, folks that have gotten funding from different sources have broke away and are doing well. They're standing on their own 2 feet. We gave them a hand up, not a hand out. And I think that's critically important to understand. Now, where does this bill go in a couple years? Where does this program go in a couple years? I don't know, and none of us do. But this is a very small ask of this General Assembly to try to just give a hand up. And let's help those 44 counties the best we can to start to recover, not only from job loss in the past, but from this horrible pandemic that we've dealt with, that has dealt them blows that they just don't deserve. So I will support this bill today, as I have over the years. The good senator from Vail and I worked on a bill together again on the Jump Start last session. So it's a continuing program. It's doing well. I think it's a great idea just to give it a little nudge and help our citizens in rural Colorado get a little bit farther down the road. With that, I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to my colleagues for coming here and reminding us about who this bill will benefit. Because I'm a sidewalk senator now, but when I was growing up on our farm in Weld County, the address was on Weld County Road 84. So I know that there are a lot of people who struggle to start a business in the metro area. It's tough, but it's even tougher way out in rural Colorado, really tough. But there are capable and innovative and hardworking, dedicated individuals who have great ideas and want to bring them forward. They would enrich the community and they would benefit the economy. This program provides these grants on a local level to these types of businesses who need it right now. And yes, those economies are still struggling. So this is a great program that will provide these grants on a local level to build up the economy and promote these entrepreneurs and start up new businesses. And I'm proud to be on the bill with my colleague from Conifer? My colleague from Jefferson County, and I hope that you vote yes today for rural Colorado. Thanks.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to come up here just for a moment so that you understood why I get the Flipper Award on this bill. I voted no on appropriations because I struggled somewhat with the cost and wasn't sure that it was going to go where it needed to go. But as I delved into this, and I struggled with that vote since that time, I'm thankful that the sponsors have brought this bill forward. If you're familiar with rural Colorado at all, and main streets on rural Colorado, we have empty stores. We have businesses that won't come because our greatest export in rural Colorado is our children. No opportunities for them to stay. This truly is important, and if we have the money to help stimulate some of that growth to get it away from your front range congestion, help us do that. Thank you, sponsors, for bringing this. I apologize for being a no vote on appropriations, but I will be a sole yes vote today, and I will indeed co-sponsor. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Story.
Almost, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate many of the conversations that have been delivered in the last 10 minutes or so. And this bill really is all about stimulating the economy in rural Colorado and providing opportunities for new business, incentivizing new business to start up in rural Colorado and allow for new job creation in rural Colorado. It is working. There are many examples, but there is an example of a company that moved from Texas to Montrose and set up camp. They are established, they're growing, they have many more employees to come, they're manufacturing. It's a very successful business. They can't keep enough of their product in the market. They're scrambling to make that happen. So this bill, they were blessed with an opportunity to participate in this Rural Jumpstart Zone grant program and many other businesses as well. And I look forward to the support of this chamber in passing this bill.
Having no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, the Minority Leader. With 30 aye votes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 229 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Colker, Moreno, Simpson, Priola, Coram, Rankin. Senator Janal, I have you recorded. Gonzalez, Hanson, Bridges, Sonnenberg, Scott, Cook, Heisey, the Majority Leader, Donovan, Hawkes Lewis, Buckner. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 240?
Senate Bill 240 by Senators Danielson and Simpson and Representative Kip and Catlin concerning the transfer of money from the general fund to the Colorado Water Conservation Board Construction Fund for watershed protection programs and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 240 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 240 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 240 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Donovan, Hawkes Lewis, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Stenzinger, Colker, Cook, Rankin, Coram, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Priola, Woodward. Please add the President. Will the clerk please add Senator Bridges as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 240? Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 241?
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Field and Bridges and Representative Ricks and Doherty concerning the creation of small business accelerated growth program in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 241 on third reading, final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 241 on third reading, final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Rankin, Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With 25 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 241 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Hawkes Lewis, Janal, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Danielson, Donovan, Hanson, Colker, Story, Priola, the Majority Leader. Buckner. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 243?
Senate Bill 243 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning annual appropriations to the Department of Public Health and Education and Environment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 243 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rankin.
So this is a big bill. It's actually a set aside from JBC deliberations, and so I'll be voting for it on that principle. However, it should be viewed with both a need and a policy decision. It's a 3-year appropriation, 124 FTE for the Department of Public Health. So it should be viewed, in my view, as a phase down of the activities, and I think we all are appreciative of those activities of the department during the COVID emergency pandemic. But, you know, whether or not that department should permanently house another 124 people and what those functions are is a serious policy issue. Now, the money does split. About half goes to local public health agencies, county agencies, but the other half is state housed, you know, state, shall I use the word bureaucracy? I don't know. We need to investigate what those needs are on a longer term basis. So I want to throw out that word of caution. You know, we should not lightly take an expansion of our Department of Public Health by 124 people, which this is likely to become. So I'll vote for the bill. I'm not sure that I would vote for it had it not been deliberated in the Joint Budget Committee.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would associate myself with the comments you have just heard, but I have a slightly different perspective, and that is it must not always be so. These 100-plus employees that the state government is bringing on, has brought on, and the 157 it will bring on in the next year must not be so, point one. Point two, this must be paid for with federal dollars, which means it needs to be rejiggered from the way it's currently set up. And point three, to make sure there is a hard edge of accountability, instead of being a yes vote, I will be a no vote, just as a marker that this must not remain so. We have a crisis, respond to crisis, and retreat from crisis. Let's be prepared so that we are prepared for any future crisis, but we must not let the fact that once a government program is established, it lives on in perpetuity be the driver. And I am desperately afraid that 243, with 157 additional government employees, must not remain so. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the bill sponsors on this as well.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not support this bill in committee, and the reason that I did not support it is, and I'm concerned that we're putting employees on that very shortly we will be furloughing, because these are federal dollars. I was told that we have to do this because we have to get ready for the next pandemic. We've had 3 in 100 years. So I'm not sure, there's no evidence to me that another one is imminent right around the corner. I heard them say that this will be a great benefit to people of color and put in the poor communities. I followed up with a question. Simple math tells me that the vast majority of this money is going for salaries and benefits. Is that correct? Yes. So I think this is given to us as a bit of bait and switch. I'm all for helping minority groups, the undertrodden. I've always been that way. But I think this is just simply letting a department grow, grow, and grow. And so, once again, I will be an aye vote. No vote.
Senator Quorum. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise and ask for a no vote. This request should be funded out of federal funds. I was an aye vote in committee because, again, looking through the request that the Health Department made to the Joint Budget Committee and looking at that document, the Health Department does not think of this as temporary. They are requesting, it's actually 157, at least that's what it says in my fiscal note, 157 FTE in year 2. And they aren't temporary. In their request to the Joint Budget Committee, sure, they asked for some that would be primarily contact tracers and case investigators for 6 months through December of 2021. But they asked for 14, this is one of them, they asked for 14 ongoing permanent FTE, which is separate from the COVID staffing surge. They asked for another 14 additional FTE to support its technology support. Again, they're thinking it's permanent. They're not thinking this is temporary. They asked for an additional 14 FTE being requested for operating, and then also asking for operating expenses, for software licenses and training, all sorts of other things. A lot of the things that they requested, another 16 FTE permanent positions, and an additional 5 FTE that would be term limited employees through 2023, which essentially will become permanent employees. They asked for ongoing travel. They asked for more development and training. They asked for continuing education, base funding. The department requests 19.4 FTE in 2021, 22, 24.2 FTE in 22-23, 24.9 FTE in 23-24. In the communicable disease area, these are all becoming permanent FTE. They tried to say in committee that they were related to COVID. Some of them are, some of them aren't. They all should be funded out of federal funds, and then they should go away. So ask for a no vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made so far. I agree that this should be funded with federal funds, and I do think before this bill reaches the governor's desk, you will see that change in fund source made. We are still obviously trying to figure out the mechanics of all those federal funds. That's why you don't see it here yet. But I do think by the time this bill, if it does reach the governor's desk, it will change. It will include that change in fund source. So I want to make sure that's very clear. It is true that in the original budget request, the department proposed permanent employees. That is not what's in this bill, however, because I insisted upon it. When you make an investment of this size, you have to have some sort of evaluation. You have to have some sort of report that makes sure that an investment of this size is actually warranted. That is why in this bill, the appropriations are limited to 3 years. And after that 3-year period, we will expect the department to submit information, data, on how those employees were utilized, how the public health infrastructure was fortified during that time, and whether that is an investment that the General Assembly wants to commit ourselves to going forward. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Last thing that I will mention, colleagues, obviously something as large scale as a global pandemic is very rare. It did expose gaps in our public health system, which is why you see this budget request and this bill before you today. But let's not forget that our public health system doesn't just respond to global pandemics, it often responds to outbreaks. And those happen a lot more frequently than you would think. I think just recently a hepatitis A outbreak in El Paso County in Colorado Springs. So those are the types of things that this department and this division are required to respond to. That is what these resources would be dedicated to, and for that reason I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just then have a question, because after 1 year, all of these FTE will have a property right in the personnel system. They won't be able to be fired unless you have some kind of cause. So I'd like to know how the State Department of Health is going to be able to not have 157 FTE on year 3 or year 4, how they're going to work that through in the personnel system.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will admit I am no expert in the personnel system, but I will say that in everything we do, it is subject to available appropriations. So if the General Assembly decides that that was not a good use of our funds, then the funding is no longer going to be there for those employees, and the department will have to carry that action out.
Having no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 243 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Liston, Cook, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Simpson, Scott, Woodward, Quorum, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Lundin. With 22 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 243 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Janal, Fields, Hawkes Lewis. Bridges. Buckner. Please add Senator Story and Senator Hansen and the President as co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 248?
Senate Bill 248 by Senators Donovan and Simpson, Representative McCormick and Holtorf, concerning assistance from the agriculture in Colorado and in connection therewith establishing a loan program in the Department of Agriculture, transferring money from the general fund to the new agricultural future loan program cash fund to be used for the loan program, making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 248 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 248 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin. With 34 ayes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 248 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker, Gonzalez, Cook, the Majority Leader, Sonnenberg, Hawkes Lewis, Danielson, Story, Heisey, Pedersen, Winter, Rankin, Lee, the Minority Leader, Bridges, Hansen, Quorum, Zenzinger, Buckner, Janal, Fields, Moreno, Scott, Paola, please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Hawkes Lewis and Winter, Representative Escar and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning measures to remove barriers to certain public opportunities in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from Westminster and I move Senate Bill 199 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Cook, Smallwood, Woodward, Heisey, Liston, Gardner, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Rankin. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 199 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Moreno, Hanson, Buckner, Danielson, will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 174?
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Cook and Janal and Representative Burton Carver concerning adoption of written policies by law enforcement agencies for constitutionally required peace officer credibility disclosure notifications and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 174 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage, Senate Bill 174 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 174 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Gardner, Rankin, Senzinger, Kolker, Lundin, Hawkes Lewis, Liston, Priola, Coram, Smallwood, Lee, please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 253?
Senate Bill 253 by Senators Zenzinger and Danielson and Representative Carver and Michelson Janae concerning license plates for veterans who have disabilities and in connection therewith creating a license plate to honor women's veterans with disabilities and making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 253 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passed, Senate Bill 253 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, with 33 aye votes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 253 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Rankin, Story, Buckner, please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Lee and Representative Bacon concerning measures to improve prison release outcomes and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Lee.
I move Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage and ask permission from the good body and the President for a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Colorado Springs please tell this great body why we should allow you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
Well, it delights me to raise the confidence of the body in our staff in OLLS as they found an error in the bill where the 20 appeared a couple of times rather than 21. So we can feel confident that the scrupulous work of our legal scholars downstairs has prevented errors from populating our books.
The question before the body is to allow the good senator from Colorado Springs to grant permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 146.
Senator Lee.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L008 and ask for an aye vote. It just makes changes in numbering.
Is there any discussion regarding Amendment L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L008. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator.
I renew my motion for passage of Senate Bill 146 as amended on third reading and final passage.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Rodriguez, Smallwood, Liston, Lundin, with 30 aye votes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 146 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Hansen, Moreno, Priola, Buckner, Story. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 249?
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Fenberg and Donovan, Representative Will and Tipper, concerning the creation of an optional discount on parks and public lands access pass that is purchased at the time a motor vehicle is registered, and in connection therewith using the pass fee to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to the increased conservation of safety at the access to state parks and public lands, and make an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 249 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a tough issue for me. It's one that we started discussing early on. Would I be on the bill? Could I be on the bill? What would it take? I was unwilling to not only not commit to being on the bill, but I was unwilling to commit to a position. I definitely want the people of Colorado to take ownership of their public lands. That's what Colorado is known for. I am tired of the hunters, what is that? The Hook and Bullet Club financing, the improvements, the maintenance, everything in public lands out here. Yesterday, I was talking to Executive Director Dan Gibbs, and I mentioned that I'd heard some numbers, and he said, "Oh, I have those right here. Let me give them to you." So over the last 11 years, park staffing has increased by 4.4 FTEs. Visitation has increased by 4.7 million visitors. I think I'm getting votes over here on my side. That was the final number that made me decide I am going to support this bill, and I would encourage an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too will be voting yes. Appreciate the support for the amendment that was run. Don't want to claim any credit. It just seemed like an obvious solution, and I appreciate the members of the minority caucus who expressed frustration that they too had been approached to be a prime sponsor or a co-sponsor on the bill, but the frustration was opt-in, opt-out. I want to say thank you to the Majority Leader, also Madam President Pro Tem. Thank you for talking through that amendment, and also the folks from the division. I think we found a way to get it done, and again, it just seemed like it was an obvious alternative. But I am a consumer of state parks. I buy park passes, either day or whatever is required, and I like paying less. And that's really what this bill provides for me, is an opportunity to buy something I have been buying before and to pay less, and to do it more conveniently. But I was specifically appreciative of the second reading input from my good friend from Montrose and others. If you have vehicles that you would never take to a state park, why would you have to opt out every year? It just didn't make sense. And that became a very contentious issue as the bill was in drafting, as it came through the process. But here on second reading, we found a way to get around that. I don't mind if everybody, and that's what the amendment would do, everybody's opted in on the first go-around. But then if you say no, it might come back and ask you every year when you renew, are you sure? Because you could save some money. I'm going to save some money. I'm going to be a yes vote, and I will add my name as a co-sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 249. I too struggle with this, as I said yesterday, and I want to give due credit to the minority leader and to the others who crafted L003. You know, I'm just the lowly junior new senator from El Paso County, and I know that my voice doesn't count for a whole lot sometimes, but I want to give due credit to the sponsors, particularly Mr. Majority Leader and the good senator from Vail, for listening to the minority to take a good, decent bill. And this is the way I think really things should work here all the time, is that we in the minority, a lot of times we do have good ideas. And it's refreshing and encouraging to know that when we come up with a good idea, however infrequent it may be or frequent it may be, that you're willing to listen and entertain our good ideas, because we can a lot of times take a good, meaningful bill and add some elegance to it that benefits all Coloradoans. I too must profess that I don't utilize state parks probably as much as I should, but now that I know that I can get a 50% discount or a good discount, I will be more diligent in paying attention and probably taking care of that, especially with that new state park down in and around Trinidad Fisher's Peak, because I have reason to go down there periodically. So with that, I will be an aye vote, and thank you.
Senator Corn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this. Yesterday, apparently, I misspoke. I said I had not been to a state park in 5 years. A gentleman outside the glass works for Department of Natural Resources. Initials happens to be DV. Reminded me that I was at North Sterling in 2019. So there's two options here. One, I'm old and have a bad memory. Thank you. I agree. Or he said he was with me. The other option is he is not a memorable date. And so I'm going with the second. But I appreciate the amendments made, but I was on the phone this morning with some of my county clerks, and they're still very concerned about the excess work that it's going to put on them. And unfortunately, in public service, the messenger is always the one getting shot. And so they're concerned that when people come in to renew their licenses, the anger is going to be vented at them. It's going to take extra time. And they're already extremely overworked. So not there yet, but thank you for all the hard work.
Having no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 249 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Gardner, Quorum, Woodward, Smallwood. With 29 aye votes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 249 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Bridges, Winter, Moreno, Pedersen, Buckner, Story, Hanson, Fields, Lee. Priola, Hawkes Lewis, General Order, second reading bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Order, second reading of bills. And Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Given all the flags, it's a little harder for me to see y'all than it normally would be, and so I want to encourage you to make sure you make eye contact with me if you wish to be recognized to speak from the well. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 262?
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Zenzinger and Gardner and Representative Burton McKean concerning transparency for special districts.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 262.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the, oh, just kidding. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the? See, thank you. You all are proving exactly why I'm asking that we just make sure that I see y'all. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did, before proceeding to amendments, want to take a few minutes to talk about what this bill does. It concerns transparency for special districts and particularly addresses a subset of special districts, metropolitan districts. Now, for those of you who don't know, these are independent governmental entities, political subdivisions of the state, authorized by cities and counties to construct and maintain public improvements. My guess is that several of you may live in a metro district, and you certainly have, if you are outside of very urban areas of Colorado, you certainly have metro districts in your own senatorial district. Metropolitan districts, by law, can only construct infrastructure, roads, water, wastewater, and parks. And the reality is in Colorado that for development, it must pay for itself. And that's why there are so many metro districts in Colorado as we have grown. They provide government's access to low-cost capital for public infrastructure early in the development cycle before there are taxpayers, if you will. This increases the supply of housing, and I don't know if you've heard that affordable housing is a problem in Colorado, that the cost of housing is through the roof. The way we deal with this is by making housing available, building housing, and the way that happens with roads and infrastructure, other infrastructure, is through metro districts. Metro districts and the homeowners there must pay their own way, though, and that's what metro districts do. Now, Ensuring that there is transparency in the metro districts has been an ongoing issue, and this bill addresses exactly that. And I would yield to my co-prime sponsor to speak a bit more.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, this is not a silver bullet bill. It's not going to solve all the issues that are out there. What it is, though, is a transparency bill. It's about bringing to light and making sure that we get out to voters more information in a more readily apparent way. And it does that across the board in a number of different areas. So the first thing that it does is it really focuses on the call for nominations. Under current law, metro districts are required to publish their notice, and in one publication, we're saying you got to do it in more than one way. You need to publish it. You can mail to the household. You can be a prominent part of your newsletter. You need to put it on your website. You need to do many more things when it comes to the call for nominations, because we're not trying to hide who can be eligible or participate on the board. We want people to know that this is an option for them. It also mandates a website, and on this website, it is mandating that they include all sorts of information that is really important for people. The main issue, however, is that while this information may be out there in the ether, it's really hard to get your hands on it. You don't know where to find it. You don't know how to collect it up. And so by mandating this website, it's going to put all of that information in an easy to access place so that people can find out what's the current budget, what are the prior year's audited financial statements, what's the annual report say, what are the times, dates, locations of regular meetings, what were the certified election results, what's the map, what are the boundaries of this district, when is the call for nominations? What are the names, terms, contact information for all of the current directors? Who is the manager of this metropolitan district? And as I said, the current budget. But it's not just enough to post this information on the website. If the website contains lackluster information, or if it just says all's good, that's not enough. So in addition, we're requiring an annual report. And in that annual report, it's going to contain even more requirements in order to increase transparency. It's going to require, if there were any boundary changes that occurred over the last year, it's requiring that there are intergovernmental agreements that were entered into or terminated also be published. It would also publish how to obtain a copy of the rules and regulations that are adopted by the board. It's going to require that if there is any kind of litigation that is happening, that there's a summary of that, and it must involve public improvement. It also would include a status of any construction around public improvements. It must list any facilities or improvements that are constructed by a special district that were conveyed to the county or to the municipality. It also must include a copy of audited financial statements, and this is key, as well as any uncured defaults or anything that is outstanding more than 90 days. And it must include any inability of the special district to pay its obligations as they come true. Now, all of that seems like a lot, but we are not done. Because in addition to that, we are also requiring that there be an engineer certified costs in order to ensure the residents that any prior to payment or reimbursement of the advance of funds by the special district, that these costs are certified, that we know what they are for. In addition to that, this bill also prohibits dominant eminent domain, and then it also talks about property disclosures. So there's a lot contained within this bill, and I want to very quickly speak to the good work that I believe my colleague is going to be bringing forward here in just a moment through an amendment. In addition to that, We heard some of the concerns that were outlined in our committee hearing, and so we're taking it a step further. And we are very supportive of some additional work that is going to be coming forward here in a moment around increasing the awareness around voters for elections. We're also very supportive of some steps that are going to be taken that will encourage voters to actually run for these director positions by providing greater notice. We're expanding the current requirements by adding a second method for disseminating information regarding the election. And then we're also working on ensuring that everybody receives an actual notice to voters, either through email or mail. And so when those provisions come forward by my colleague, I'm sure that he will have some more comments to make about it, but I would just say that we were very thankful for the work, the good work that he did in bringing forward those amendments. And so at this time, I will step away so that we can get to that discussion.
Thank you, Senator Zenzinger. Senator Kolker. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the L001 to Senate Bill 262?
Amendment L001.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleague said before, we heard some opposition, some concerns in local government, and took that into account. So I'm bringing this amendment. One is just to clean up, to specify local government in part at the beginning of this amendment, substitute local government for special district. And the other major part, the biggest part about this, is to make sure that there's a requirement of the 5 requirements that were initially in the bill that we're requiring to inform every single person who lives within the district, either by email or by mail. So if they have email for that purpose, they can use email. Otherwise, they need to mail all residents of the district of the election, gives the citizens of the special district notice so that they can be involved in the board of directors. So I ask for an aye vote.
Would you please move?
I need to move Senate Bill 262, Amendment L001.
That is a proper motion. Senator Gardner.
Yes, thank you, members, colleagues. This amendment has been negotiated, discussed. I thank the senator from Centennial for his hard work on behalf of transparency for Metro District residents in his district and across the state of Colorado, and it is a friendly amendment. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L001 to Senate Bill 262. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion, that amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L004 to Senate Bill 262?
Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 262.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L004. This is a technical cleanup amendment that was offered by our drafter that we needed to do, so we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L004 to Senate Bill 262? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I serve on the Local Government Committee, and I want to commend the sponsors. We heard this bill. I will not elaborate on the good explanation that the good senator from Arvada spoke about. But no, really, this is a very good bill. It's brought the various special districts really into the 21st century with all of the ideas that have been expounded upon. If I could, if I had a magic wand and I could make a further little amendment, I would do so, but I will save that for a later date. But I do urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 262. It's a good bill. Vote yes. Thank you.
Our magic wands are sitting over to y'all's left, my right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 262. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1121 lay over until tomorrow.
The motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1121 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that bill will be laid over.
Does he want to? Why are you asking?
Because I just see people hanging out waiting to watch.
If you want to, that's fine.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 259.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 259. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed to Senate Bill 259. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 259?
Senate Bill 259 by Senator Rodriguez concerning a modification to the minimum non-forfeiture percentage required to be paid upon the surrender of an annuity policy.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 259.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 259. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 87?
Senate Bill 87 by Senator Danielson, Representative McCormick, and Caraveo concerning agricultural workers' rights.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 87 and the Business and Labor and Technology Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the BLT Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an hours-long discussion with lots of testimony, made some compromising amendments, and I urge an aye vote on the report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the BLT Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee merely ensured that the Department of Labor and Employment will have the resources to carry out this bill. Encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted as well. To the bill. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, colleagues. And thank you to my co-prime sponsor. Today we bring you Senate Bill 87, the Farm Worker Bill of Rights. I wanted to start out today by just talking a little bit about the issue in the industry in general. I think we can all agree that the agricultural industry in Colorado is something that we're all very, very proud of. The diversity of production, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that our economy depends on. And at the very basic of it all, it puts food on our table every day. Personally, I take pride in having been part of that community for much of my life. I grew up on our farm that's just outside of Alt, Colorado, up in Weld County. My dad, my grandpa, and my great-grandpa all farmed that land where I grew up. And my uncles still farm there today. We raised beef cattle, and in the earlier years of my dad's career, lambs and pigs and the crops to feed them. And I would just say that although there isn't a harder way of life, harder work, I am so proud of my dad's career and everything that our farm gave us and gave to me growing up. I loved growing up on our farm. I loved working with the livestock. Living in a small rural community, being part of a little school, being near my extended family, these are all characteristics of a small farming community, and I find it priceless, and I'm grateful and proud of it. In this building, we talk a lot about agriculture, and I've served on the Agriculture Committee for the last 7 years. We've done a lot of work to try and support and promote this critical industry that we all, like I said, are very proud of. And from all of these experiences, I can say that most people in the ag industry are wonderful, hardworking, dedicated people just like my dad. They work harder than anyone you'll ever meet. They have the toughest job, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, it's so dependent on things out of your control. One hailstorm can put a multi-generational farm out of business. They're kind and ethical business people. Most of them have open relationships with their employees. Most of them treat their workers well and pay them fairly. And as a result, most of them have a happy and productive workforce. But the reality of it is, not all of them do. And that is why we needed to come forward with this bill today. Just like in any industry, there are employers who exploit their workers. As it pertains to the agricultural industry, a lot of this could be because back in the 1930s and 40s, when worker protections were being established, the agricultural industry was exempt from even the most basic protections. Unlike almost every other worker in the state of Colorado, agricultural workers are not guaranteed the minimum wage, they are not allowed to earn overtime, and they are barred from organizing in order to advocate for themselves, better workplace safety, and better pay. As a result, for the last 85 years, parts of this workforce have become some of the most vulnerable workers in the country. And it's not just the lack of a guarantee of minimum wage, overtime protection, or the right to organize, but ag workers experience some other harsh realities. For those of you who are less familiar with the industry, a lot of workers reside in employer-provided housing. And again, most people have a great arrangement where workers are treated fairly and they live in housing that is up to standard and works well. But what we have heard for years and years and years and years on end is that that isn't the reality for everybody. Workers are not allowed to come and go from this property as they please. They cannot access key service provision on the property, like critical medical care, or during the pandemic, PPE, food delivery, clothing delivery, critical services. Also, ag workers are still denied food and rest breaks, access to clean, cool water, shade. Again, these workers are toiling in the fields, providing the manual labor necessary for this production, and work that most people are not willing to take on. They're also denied the ability to leave their job, which oftentimes require them to work 60, 80, 90 hours a week. They're not allowed to leave to go to the doctor. So they don't have the same kind of access that other workers do. When they come forward to address these issues, whether it be the sub-minimum wage that they may be earning, the substandard housing that they're living in, the lengthy hours that prevent them from accessing medical care, wanting to take leave to see a doctor, when they come forward to address these issues, it is met with swift and fierce retaliation, unlike any other workforce I've ever seen. They are terrified to come forward because they're vulnerable to the punishment of reduced hours, reduced pay, deportation. And it's not like this is new. The movement for farm worker rights started 60 years ago in this country. And so while we recognize that most producers across the state are good and decent people who treat their workers fairly, we must also recognize that the type of exploitation that I've just described, it's all legal here in Colorado. Senate Bill 87 puts an end to the exemption for ag industry employers to provide for some of these basic human rights. Senate Bill 87 guarantees farm workers earn the minimum wage. And while many of them do now, some of them don't. So it would put an end to sub-minimum wage earners. It guarantees overtime protection for the first time. I know there isn't a friend or family member of mine that doesn't understand the concept of overtime, but there were a lot of them that didn't know that it couldn't apply to ag workers. It lifts the ban for ag employees to organize so that they can advocate for workplace safety and better pay. But it also addresses the other issues that I brought up. It guarantees food and water breaks. It guarantees rest breaks. It adds protections for access to key services. And very importantly, it adds real protection against the type of retaliation that I described. Every year, the state of Colorado honors a great leader, Cesar Chavez, with a statewide holiday to honor his accomplishments, along with other leaders like Dolores Huerta, who fought for farm worker rights for the last 60 years, and the accomplishments that we outline in the resolution that we all supported include his fight and accomplishments in minimum wage for ag workers, rest breaks, water breaks, banning the short-handled hoe, the right to organize. These are all provisions encompassed in Senate Bill 87. These are all things that we need to put into action, and it's a little bit overdue. It's time that Colorado step up and join the other 20 ag-producing states who have taken similar steps to protect workers in this workforce, a workforce on which the agricultural industry depends. Thank you, folks, and thank you for your time today, and I hope that you will vote yes on Senate Bill 87, the Farm Workers' Bill of Rights.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Senate Bill 87 is a long time in the making, and I want to thank my colleague from Wheat Ridge for inviting me to be part of this effort. We actually both share connections to agriculture. My colleague comes from agriculture, from a family farm, and as I shared during the resolution honoring Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, my dad was a migrant farm worker in his younger years. Senate Bill 87, believe it or not, colleagues, doesn't propose to do anything new. In fact, many of these protections are already guaranteed by other states that many of which have more bustling and lucrative agricultural industries than we do here in Colorado. So clearly, if they can still make a profit, have a burgeoning agricultural industry, and still provide their workers with the basic human and workplace rights that all workers in Colorado should be afforded, surely, colleagues, we can do it here too. That, in essence, is what Senate Bill 87 seeks to do. You will see a number of amendments introduced shortly that have been worked on with opponents in the agricultural industry to try to address some of those concerns. Never in my career have I experienced something like an over 3-hour stakeholder meeting that lasted longer than the entirety of testimony on a gun bill. But that is the type of stakeholder work that has been done in reference to this bill, to try to respond to concerns without jeopardizing the very important rights that are sought to be established for workers in this industry. It is not acceptable, colleagues, that we blanketly exclude workers in this field from some of the most critical and basic human rights protections that every other worker in every other industry in Colorado enjoys. We're past that, colleagues. We should be ensuring workplace protections for all people in Colorado, including those migrant farm workers like my dad was. So, colleagues, I look forward to the discussion. I look forward to demonstrating how, over the course of many discussions, the bill has altered to address concerns of opponents. But colleagues, it is long past time that we ensure these workplace rights, these workplace protections to ag workers who have traditionally been excluded from those protections.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Amendment L054 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L054 to Senate Bill 87 by Senator Danielson.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks, what my colleague from Commerce City was describing is the lengthy and robust stakeholder process that this bill has gone through. While the coalition of supporters includes 95 organizations across Colorado, agricultural organizations, yes, labor organizations, yes, but also faith-based organizations, churches, Black Lives Matter, civil rights organizations, racial justice organizations, even local governments, national leaders like Dolores Huerta herself, environmental organizations, environmental justice organizations, immigrants' rights organizations. The list goes on and on and on because the bill is about civil rights and racial justice through these workplace protections, bringing back in ag workers in alignment with every other worker in the state when it comes to the basic human rights that we expect all of these workers enjoy. As a result, I have 14 amendments that my colleague and I are going to offer. We offered a lot in committee. For those of you who paid attention to the Business and Labor and Technology Committee, we made several huge concessions on the very first step of this bill because we heard from the agriculture community of their concerns of how this bill would impact them. Since then, we've spent 2 months visiting with many, many different agricultural business industry voices, their organizational representatives, lobbyists, etc. I also took any meeting that any producer contacted me to have. So I visited with individual producers from carrot growers up in Weld County to Rocky Ford melon producers, Olathe corn growers, livestock producers, cow-calf operations. You name it, if anyone asked me for a meeting about this bill, they got my time and my attention, and we worked really, really, really hard to address their concerns, really hard. So I'm going to go through piece by piece, even further what we've done in the last 2 months to accommodate the industry opponents of this measure. So first I want to start with Amendment L054. On the front end of this process, what we heard from industry, the agricultural business voice, was that they wanted basically the entire bill to go to rulemaking, which I understand. But like my colleague from Commerce City described, we have to maintain some of the basic protections. So while we couldn't send everything to rulemaking, we did want to do that to accommodate their concerns where it was possible, where it made sense. So again, as a huge compromise to the industry opponents, Amendment L054 sends the access of service provider requirements that are currently in the bill to rulemaking. And that was a request of the industry. I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L054 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L054 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to L026 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L026 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L026 and ask for an aye vote. This was another concern that we heard from the industry. For those of you who don't know, there are workers that are engaged in the livestock producing industry, and some of them are located out on the range. And so we wanted to require that, so some of the problems that they face in isolation like this is that they may not be able to get the supplies or the contact that they need because of the lack of frequency of trips back into town. So what we put in the bill was a provision that said that they needed to provide transportation for these folks. But it was brought up to us that, well, what if the worker has their own car? In whatever situation they're in here, is the employer still required to drive them around? And we said, well, yeah, you're right, that doesn't make any sense. So Amendment L026 just clarifies that if the employee is allowed to have their own car on site, then the employer isn't required to drive that employee around. So again, that was just a really reasonable request from the industry, and I ask it for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L026 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L026 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L017 to Senate Bill 87.
Amendment L017.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, around the transportation of range workers, we had written into the bill that in order to make sure that these folks were being seen from time to time, getting the supplies that they needed, having access in town, we required the employer to drive them in once a week, which again, industry opponents came and said, look, this isn't reasonable for a number of reasons. So we listened to their concerns, and we took their suggestion to drop that from once per week to once every 3 weeks. And I urge an aye vote on the amendment, again, as another way that we've accommodated the industry in a real reasonable request.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption. I'm sorry, Senator Coram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsor. Because you're telling me that not less than 1 day every 3 weeks for range workers who are actively engaged in the production of livestock on the open range, got a little problem here. Because in June, we go to the high country, which a lot of it is wilderness area, And so it is illegal to take vehicles into those areas. So how does a farmer, as an example, my good friend, former Representative J. Paul Brown, how do they conform to this amendment when it is illegal to take those vehicles into that area?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what we're saying here is that during that time, they have to figure out how to get those folks down. So if there are areas where they're in that you can't drive a vehicle to, you have to provide some transportation to get them out of there. So however you would get them to and from is up to you, but they've got to be able, what we're saying is that the employer is responsible for making sure that they have access at least once every 3 weeks to come into town and access those essentials that they need. So I think if there are stipulations like you can't bring a motorized vehicle into the area that they're at, they're going to need to come to the border and you'll need to get them down somehow. So I mean, we could have done all of those details in here, but I mean, this is basically a common sense provision saying you got to make sure that your employee gets down once every 3 weeks and you're responsible for transporting them by any means necessary, I guess.
Senator Quorum.
So thank you. So no motorized vehicles are allowed in these areas. Much of my region, my district is 70% federal, state, or tribal land. But there's no roads. The only access is by horse or mule or walk. So, and it's 25, 30, 40 miles to the nearest encampment of Silverton or some of these other communities. How I just don't understand how this works.
Senator Danielson.
Yeah, thanks. I think the last that I'll say on this is, like I said before, however you're getting, because you're required to bring food and water and essentials to these workers anyway, so however you're getting them there, you've got to get these folks out. So I think it's up to the employer. If transportation means a horse, then transportation means a horse. But it's the employer's responsibility to make sure that the employee has that access.
Senator Quorum.
Well, that's all good and well, but it's a day ride getting in. So how do they get back?
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L017 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to, will the clerk please read Amendment L059?
Amendment L059 to Senate Bill 87 by Senator Danielson.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L059 and ask for an aye vote. As you can see in the introduced version of the bill, we required a lot of protections for these workers in detail. Heat protection, shade, water. They might seem like simple requirements for the employee, and I will admit that I thought I got it right the first time I wrote it, but I did not. So again, after these months-long interactions with the industry opponents, we just couldn't figure out the right way to require the proper shade and water and protection from the heat. Their request still was, please send this piece to rulemaking along with, basically everything else. But here again is where I listened to them and said, I think this is workable. Let's continue the conversation through the rulemaking process. So there's a requirement there, but we've left the details and the ins and the outs and these different industry producers to the rulemaking process. This is another huge compromise, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I look at this, it looks like the director is, we're allowing the director to promulgate the rules on the open air, shade, and water, I am assuming, comes from the heat-related stress. However, this limits them to 80 degrees, which is basically most days in the summer. That rule, or currently as the bill is written, it allows for open air shade and fresh water. Even if you're driving a tractor, an air-conditioned tractor with Bluetooth, radio, refrigerator, and maybe this will allow that to happen. I'm curious as to, however, why are we allowing them to do rulemaking and still putting limitations on what they can do the rulemaking on with regard to that stress at 80 degrees rather than allowing them to figure out what works? And would that aspect of driving a tractor in an air-conditioned vehicle that's not open air be covered? Would they allow the rulemaking to be able to deal with that scenario in a different way than we do, say, workers harvesting or working in the fields?
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the sponsor, I concur with the good senator from Northeast Colorado. I think 80 degrees need to be clarified, but also it needs to be clarified Celsius or Fahrenheit, because there is a huge difference between 80 degrees Fahrenheit and 80 degrees Celsius.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to guess that the folks at CDLE are smart enough to figure out the difference.
Senator Danielson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we got a few more problems in water if it's 80 degrees Celsius. But yes, I want to stress here that all of these provisions were written clearly exactly how the proponents of the measure, exactly how the bill sponsors wanted in an ideal world. This is a compromise to meet the industry where they asked to be, which was in the rulemaking process. It's just some guidelines that we're able to put on the front end so that the department takes them into consideration when crafting the rules. But employers and employees at this point will be able to have these detailed conversations. My colleague from Sterling brought up issues that were brought up in all of these conversations. What about the tractor? What about the size of the awning? How far away did the people have to sit? So on and so on and so on. I mean, I've been through literally weeks worth of conversations about the problems with the way that I wrote it before. So here we have a solution. Kick it to rulemaking. Let's go from there.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L059 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L059 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L052?
L052 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's a problem that we could foresee happening because the federal level has health and safety. Federal level has OSHA, but the state does not. We anticipate there could be a situation, especially since we've seen some movement in the current administration, that if any rules are issued at the federal level or on just one piece of this, that we need the others to remain intact. CDLE agrees that this is a proper approach, but it's meant, again, to ensure that the rights that we establish here stay in place should the federal OSHA decide to put in some protections or even a piece of it. Ours will stay in place, and that's what Amendment L052 does, and I urge an aye vote.
To the good senator from Wheat Ridge, would you please move L052?
Oh, my apologies, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L052.
All right, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm really disappointed in this amendment. It's actually a good amendment and should be added. The reason I'm disappointed is because if for some reason the bill was struck down because of an H2A violation, it would strike down the whole bill. What this does is says, no, that just strikes down the applicable part that's causing the issue. I wish it wasn't on there because it was an avenue that maybe we could have used in the courts to do away with the whole bill, but it truly is an amendment that probably is necessary. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L052 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L051?
Amendment L051 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I think everyone is aware, who's been paying attention to this bill, that one sticking point across different parts of the agricultural industry, whether you're in livestock production, crops, everything in between, this is the overtime provision. So for those of you who are unaware, like I mentioned on the front end of the conversation, ag workers are not allowed to earn overtime, unlike almost every single other worker in the state. We tried to do several compromise amendments around how to still protect the right for these workers to earn overtime. Again, we're talking about workers who are providing this really difficult manual labor, sometimes in extreme heat, sometimes in extreme cold. Like I said, I grew up on a farm where we had livestock. You know, getting the ice out of a water trough is not foreign concept to me, but I just mean that folks are working in the extremes, right? And they're working really, really lengthy hours. Some of them are just, part of the deal is working 60, 80, 90 or more hours a week. For some of them, their contracts require them to be on call 24/7. And again, this is an industry that has been carved out from ever being able to pay their employees overtime. Again, I can't tell you one person out in our communities that doesn't understand the concept of overtime protections and believe in it. But we do recognize that the whole industry will be absorbing this change. So we came up with several ideas, whether it was a phase-in to allow the industry to adjust after 85 years of being exempted so that they could figure out how to adjust their budgets, whether it was carving out certain workers, whether it was carving out salaried workers in a certain way that could still provide that basic protection, because again, in every other industry in the state, above and beyond 40 hours a week, 12 hours a day, even salaried workers are guaranteed overtime protection unless they meet the exemption set by the CDLE. So we spent several months trying to hear from producers who, and I will say, so many of them didn't knee-jerk say, no, we oppose this. They said, look, we understand, but we're having a hard time figuring out how we're going to be able to do this. And their overarching request in the end was to send this to rulemaking, which was something that the coalition of supporters that I described before were not okay with. This is not ideal. We do not like this. But I think the mark of good compromise is that nobody's happy. But we've done what the industry asked, and we are actually taking in Amendment L051 all of the overtime protections described in the initial bill and moving the entire process to rulemaking, again, at the request of the industry. And I urge an aye vote on Amendment L051. And I think I moved it, but if I didn't, I move Amendment L051.
Did not. Thank you so much for moving it, Senator Danielson. Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And we just shortened the day. This took out, I believe, 7 or 8 of my amendments.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And although I think I would prefer to have the discussion and set what that overtime may look like, whether it applies to H-2A workers, whether it applies to grazing, those in the grazing scenario, or it applies to weekly wages when we may be working 60 hours in 3 days during a harvest scenario in which they're in that $700,000 harvesting PC equipment with air condition, refrigerator, microwave. Well, mine don't have a microwave. What this does is allows the director to come up with a plan to address the overtime, whether it be 60 hours, whether it be 50 hours, whether it be 70 hours, whatever that may be, and help us establish what that minimum wage may look like. Because as you know, when we pay H-2A workers, that's already built in to their the federal minimum wage rules for H-2A workers. So hoping that they can help with that, sorting through that. So I would urge an aye vote on 51.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I support Amendment 51 as well. I have a little bit of heartburn with some of the language in this amendment. It speaks to or calls out that in promulgating the rules, the director shall consider inequity and racist origins of the exclusion of agricultural employees. That's reasonable. That's part of a conversation. It's an historical perspective. But I think equally important is the consideration of the fact that the agricultural circumstances are incredibly unique, and that should be considered as well. The timing of harvest, plants don't wait, calves being born don't wait. The mountains of Colorado and the wilderness areas of Colorado where we graze are deep and take time to get in and out of. I think there is a big conversation around getting trued up and getting to where we need to be correctly. But I think if we're going to load emotional language into the rulemaking process and direct that you must consider this, I think it's appropriate that the entire complexity of the circumstance be included in that language as well. To put an emotional thumb on the scale as we seek to find a better way forward, I don't know that that is, quite frankly, all of us putting our best foot forward. And I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that, sure, I understand frustration, I understand the historical reality, and that is asked to be considered. But I think it is equally important that in that context establishment, that we establish the context of the incredible uniqueness of agriculture and the incredible difficulty that all the people, owners, workers, everyone who participates in it carry and have carried as part of building this great state and country. And we should acknowledge all of that if we're saying we're going to put emotional language in here. Let's make sure we load all the emotional language into the conversation as well. So supporting the concept of 51, challenging a little bit some of the tone established with Amendment 51.
Senator Priola, followed by Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of L051. I appreciate the sponsor bringing it. I think it puts this discussion in the right place in rule. There are many prescriptive parts of this bill, and I'm glad at least this part was punted where there can be more collaboration, more discussion, and creating something that'll functionally work for both sides of the equation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the comments from my colleague, the senator from Monument. Sometimes it's really difficult to confront history. And the reality is that this does have a connection to our history. We were very intentional in the development of the language that we avoided any mention of the industry as it exists today, because we didn't want to go there. But the reality is that agricultural workers were excluded historically because of the realities of this industry going back in time. The other thing that I will just mention is there was some suggestion that perhaps the uniqueness of Colorado agriculture should also be taken into account. That sounds harmless, but it is difficult to do that when the reality is that the uniqueness, quote unquote, of Agriculture is the reason that's been utilized to exclude agricultural workers from protections. That is the very fine line that we were trying to walk with the language in this amendment, and just want to explain a little further context about why the language is developed in the way that it is, and encourage your support of this amendment.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of thoughts. I am supportive of Amendment L51, but also want to highlight I do think you should take into account current context. I mean, that's why I don't know the industry completely across the state. Anecdotally, in my community and our workers, that's why they're not paid minimum wage. They're paid $15, $16, $17 an hour, and if you have a really good specific skill running a harvester or a potato digger, they get paid 20 bucks an hour. And it was a compromise between paying a minimum wage plus overtime instead of dealing with that complexity. That's why they're paying 20 bucks an hour in some instances, to accommodate those folks, and the workers benefit from that. So I do think you should take into account some of the current context into the conversation. It's just not about just the history. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to thank the sponsors for this amendment, but you know, it's one of those situations that I don't know if we're talking about H-2A workers, if we're talking about farm workers in general, because I don't know, I've never had an H-2A worker, but I have friends who have, and I can tell you by the rules and regulations of H-2A, the home that the farmer or rancher lives in does not qualify for H-2A standards. So to try to convince me that these H-2A workers are living in substandard houses, it's a bit of a hard sell. Knowing that a lot of these H-2A workers have come back for 25, 30 years to the same job. It's the only job they've had in the United States. So this is I'm just not sure at the problem we're trying to solve here. Are there abuses? Perhaps. But I don't believe those are H-2A workers. I think those are undocumented citizens that have come across the border. And I acknowledge that we do have a immigration problem. But I assure you that neither side, in my opinion, Republican or Democrat, in Washington, D.C., wants to solve the issue. And that's where we need to be started with. We need to bring these workers in and honor and respect them. And we do. I used to be in the horse training industry. A lot of workers there on the track, on the backside. Some of them, most of them, and the grooms were immigrants. And I had a deal with an apartment complex that every year I moved in, they had a new apartment for me. I had very heavy oak furniture. I would send the word at the track that I had was going to be moving in on September the 15th. When I got there, I had workers that had already completed their shift that morning, taking care of the animals, wanting to help. Because what did I do for them? I honored and I respected. I paid them 20 bucks an hour because I wasn't going, this fat boy was not going to haul that heavy oak furniture up 3 flights of stairs. Took them to lunch and gave them a case of beer. And the situation each and every year, fall and winter, the question was, when are you moving in? When are you moving in? I want to help. So I'm trying to address where all the abuse is, because I know people that have these same workers 25 or 30 years. Good Senator Sterling talked about the $700,000 combine. They're making $20, $25 an hour, working several hours. And what's going to happen in this situation is that overtime is not going to be paid. After 8 hours, that worker is going to be taken off the combine and a new shift coming in. So in essence, you're taking a guy that's making $20 an hour and he's working 16 hours. That's what they do in the farm business. That's you know, we follow the sun. You're going to take about $160 a day out of that person's pocket, gross income. I'm not sure we're helping those that we think we are.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to be clear because I was asked by a few folks, am I really supporting Amendment L51? And the answer is it does make the bill better. Do I wish the line on page 8 that talks about inequity and racist origins changing the balance of the scale? Do I wish that wasn't in there? Absolutely. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean that the people that I know that come to this country on the Eastern Plains that are white people from South Africa? How does that fit? How about the people from New Zealand that I know come to this country in the summer? Or Australia and come to this country from the summer? I'm just not sure how all that fits in there. And I wish it wasn't in there. The amendment does make it better. Am I going to vote against the amendment because that's in there? The answer is no. But I want you to understand that from agriculture's perspective, we ought to treat everybody the same, even if it's my niece and nephew versus that immigrant from South Africa or Canada or Mexico or wherever they may be come from, rather than tilt the scale. I am going to be a yes on L51 in hopes that the other chamber looks at ag workers as a unit rather than trying to draw that line on which I think muddies the water.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L51 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L051 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, please read L020 to Senate Bill 87.
L020 to Senate.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L020 and ask for an aye vote. Okay, so again, we're talking about employer-provided housing in a public. I think we're talking about lowering the required square footage from 100 to 80 square feet. So again, this was a complaint from the industry that this was an unreasonable arrangement for them to accommodate. We hear them, so we lowered it at their request, and I urge an aye vote on L020.
Seeing no discussion, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm trying to sort through this in the bill. Does this have to do with emergency health orders, or is this for all housing?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the provision in the bill. Remember, I mentioned on the front end of the conversation that having just gone through the pandemic, we do identify ways to improve a lot of things for ag workers in a public health crisis. So that's this part of the bill. Thanks.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I look at this, then, help me understand, because I haven't seen this amendment yet. And so help me understand that square footage, for example, a range worker or someone that is up in the hills on forest lands where your federal permit may only allow you to have one trailer or vehicle on that permit. Okay, thank you for...
Senator Danielson?
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. You can find me if you want. I wasn't even recognized, but I just, I wanted to save my colleague from Sterling a little bit of time here. It doesn't apply on the range. No square footage requirement on the range. And that was, again, because, you know, we agree that that's not appropriate. It's not doable. So also up on the range, they have, you know, different, they're less prone to this kind of an outbreak, or the spacing isn't quite an issue as it is elsewhere, so it doesn't include on the range.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and to the sponsor on this amendment. I don't see where this amendment, maybe it's addressed in the bill, gives a time period to qualify under this, given the construction market is very tight right now, and construction material, I think any modifications that need to be made to current facilities, habitation facilities, it might be better to spell it out with some certainty as a timeline.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L020 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L020 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L024 to Senate Bill 87.
Amendment L024 to
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L024 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Basically, same line of thinking here, listening to the industry, compromising on the introduced version. Amendment L024 takes out the square footage requirement on open range single occupancy units. It also clarifies that CDPHE will do the inspections outlined. Aye or deny vote.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the Senator Sonnenberg, I couldn't see with the flag. My apologies. Senator Sonnenberg is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, I didn't have an opportunity to look at this as well. So if each worker actively engaged in open range production of agriculture with a single occupancy mobile housing unit, does that mean those that utilize tents and would prefer the tents not have access to those tents anymore, and they actually have to be in one of those wagon units they use?
Senator Danielson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, none of the producers brought this up before now, but I can tell you what the amendment does. This comes from, like I mentioned before, the complaint from the industry valid that the public health emergency housing protections were too stringent, and so here we are removing the square footage requirement for open range single occupancy units. I suppose that would encompass what you're talking about, but I will say and I remind you, countless conversations with producers, the tent question did not come up. All I know is we're removing the square footage requirement, so I would assume they would be fine. Since there's no square footage requirement, I would assume so, but I'd have to phone a friend.
Senator Sonnenberg, followed by Senator Quorum.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And when I read single occupancy mobile housing unit, that is a vehicle, whether it be a camper. Tents are not usually referred to as mobile housing units. I've never heard of a tent. The other issue I have with this is this goes to the issue we talked about with, on federal permits, where you may only be required or you may only be allowed one mobile housing unit on the allotment. And so if you have two people watching the sheep up on the hill, and you can only have one single occupancy mobile housing unit, you got one person without help. Or if you have two, you're in violation of your permit. I am actually going to ask for a no vote on L24 because I think that puts us in violation with the federal law and our federal permits on federal grazing. Ask for a no vote on L24.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think the definition is certainly a problem. What is a mobile housing unit? Once again, I'm going back to my region where camp trailers, even the little sheep camps that are actually quite nice and very expensive, are there, but there's no way to get them in. As the good Senator from Sterling said, you could be in violation of your federal grazing permit if you follow this, and you're fined if you don't. Very concerning to me that I appreciate the thought of the sponsor in this bill. I think the bill is a little off target, and I would love to see you withdraw this and rewrite it.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate, and got some confirmation in the meantime, there's no prohibition on any kind of unit. So what the bill is doing is accommodating the concerns from producers who came and said, we would like the square footage requirements removed and on the open range. So it is a request to accommodate the producers. And I will also remind you that this is during a public health emergency. So right now there's square footage in the bill, how it's written. There's square footage requirements that did not work for them, and so it doesn't specifically say anything. If the square footage requirement is met, I mean, there's no requirement. So if, there's no prohibition on any kind of unit. So I believe what you're concerned about would still be allowed to be utilized through the public health emergency. This language assists the producers because before we had that square footage requirement up on the range. So I mean, we could withdraw the amendment, but this was to accommodate the concerns of the industry.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just got a text message that actually your grazing permit requires two people in a livestock operation. And so if you have a single using or a single occupancy mobile unit, then you have to have one for each one of them, you're in violation of the permit. So you're either in violation of your grazing permit by having two units there, or you're in violation of the permit by only having one employee there. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this and at least go back to the table on this one. This one hurts us. This one hurts us desperately. Ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L024 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L024 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L013 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L013 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L013.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical cleanup. As I mentioned on the front end of the conversation, at the request of industry opponents to the measure, we struck a huge portion of the bill. We created an additional enforcement piece that you might see in the current language, or now that we've adopted the committee reports, it will be struck, but we struck the entire part of the bill that had to do with the relator which again was an effort to provide additional enforcement when employees come forward with a claim. We struck that whole piece at the request of the industry. But this was a definition, or this was a piece that was accidentally cut. This is the concept of the representative. And we needed to stick that back in, and I urge an aye vote.
The motion before the Senator Sonnenberg.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I am scrambling as I try to read these amendments and figure out what they indeed do and what section they apply to. A representative of an agriculture employee, I'm trying to strike employee. We are adding, and I had issues with this section before, and I'm trying to see if this addresses it. Simply because there is language in here that also deals with social relationship. And this may not be the portion of that that we are looking at. A representative of the agriculture employee. I apologize, Madam Chair. I know it's going to pass. I'll address it in my closing remarks for lack of an understanding of what we're trying to do here.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L013 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L013 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L011 to Senate Bill 87?
011 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L011 clarifies another piece of the enforcement. It preserves the need for these workers that they won't face retaliation for filing a claim, and a claim might be unpaid minimum wage, unsafe work, forced to do work that is, illegal, anything that violates their rights, etc., any rights that the legislature had given them. It clarifies that they can recover attorney fees if they prevail in their case, which is important. You got to remember here, we're talking about, again, very low-wage earners who are unfamiliar and fairly ill-equipped as a whole to navigate burdensome bureaucratic systems, so they need an attorney to help them out. And if the judge decides that their claim was valid, and if the judge decides to rule with them, part of that can be that they can recover the attorney's fees so that these folks have the adequate protection in the court system that they deserve. The second piece of this clarifies that a claim may be made by a person close to the employee. So when a worker is fearful of the kind of retaliation that I described before, they can designate another person, another name, an actual designation. So it can't just be some random person. It has to be, an actual designation, but it still provides the anonymity that they need to proceed forward. And I urge an aye vote on Amendment L011.
Senator Danielson, will you please move L011?
I move Amendment L011.
Thank you. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I look through this indeed has that provision that we talk about with regard to a social relationship that I worry about. Social relationship means that could I actually file on behalf of the good senator from Weld County? One of the other aspects I want to talk about on this retaliation, why I'm struggling with this whole section. This allows people to go directly to district court when we do it in every other aspect of labor law.
We follow a process through arbitration, through a process already set up. I'm okay if we go that route and set up that route, but to go directly to district court because of somebody that had a social relationship with me, I think I struggle with. I'm going to ask for a no vote on L011 as well, simply because it allows everybody and their dog that knew me to participate in this process, and we don't go through the retaliation process through arbitration or whatever options are typically utilized with the Department of Labor. I think we should follow those guidelines as well. Ask for a no vote on L011.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise against L011, and let me tell you why. This sets up the process for increased litigation instead of mediation through another process, and most agricultural workers do not have access to a lawyer. It will increase costs to producers who will get a lawyer, and it will also require ag workers to rely on outside groups, probably lawyers that are willing to work for a commission, creating work for a percentage or whatnot, or outside groups. I think this is just bad policy all around, and I think it makes a bill that already has many challenges even more challenging. The ag community has been at the table trying to work on amendments and to get this in a position, the bill in a place where it will actually work for all parties without increasing costs to consumers, to producers, and hurting employment opportunities in the state. I think this amendment makes the bill even worse. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a little clarity from the sponsors. I think in the bill is printed on page 3, there's definition of a representative of an agricultural employee, and this amendment adds an agricultural employee's representative. A definition. I couldn't find, did we strike the current definition of a representative of an agricultural employee and replace it with an agricultural employee's representative?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's clarifying that it inserts agricultural employee and has, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. It's like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
My
look
other
on
note.
page 3. Unless one of
Um,
the other amendments struck that definition.
No, it does define the person or entity designated by an agricultural employee. And I'll speak to why we need to do this. We did ask the industry for language that would be acceptable. The only thing that they produced was just family, which is unacceptable because, again, you're dealing with folks who, a large number, as we've been talking about before, who are here from international places, so they don't have family members living here. So we need to be able to preserve the right for someone else to assist in a claim, and we couldn't just tailor it into simply being defined as a family member, because this worker may need assistance from someone outside the family since they don't have family members here. It does have to be someone that they know that's knowledgeable, and they do have to actually designate that person. So it can't just be any Joe off the road. They have to be tied to the employee. So this again was an effort to compromise, because this is different than how we introduced it, to compromise with the industry. But still, you're right. I don't think they came to agreement that they approve of this. But you can't always make everyone happy with everything. This is an attempt to accommodate their concerns and still preserve the right of the employee. And let's remind ourselves, it is the employees that are asking us to do this.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I rise in opposition to L011, and the reason why, the unintended consequence of this amendment is that unfortunately the owner, the proprietor, the farmer, the rancher who owns the business is going to be facing immense legal costs. He or she will be spending more time in court defending themselves than they are working, trying to run their own business. And talk about running up costs. You know, ultimately, if we want to see higher food costs and commodity costs, this is the amendment that will do that, because this will cause costs to the proprietor, the farmer, the rancher to absolutely skyrocket. We will all be paying for this. I urge a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L011 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L011 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L012 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 87 by
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L012.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill requires that the labor contractor follow the, so in some instances, people use labor contractors to provide workers. So we needed to sort of close a loophole here. We need to require that the labor contractor follow the rules and, the same as the employer. And this also would mean that the farmer wouldn't be on the hook for any violation that the labor contractor might make. Another piece of it is we were asked by the ag industry for a clearer definition of range workers, so we literally lifted the definition from federal law for range worker, and that seems to clarify things as requested. And then it also, in here again, clarifies that the representative must be designated by the agricultural employee. And I urge an aye vote on Amendment L012.
The motion before the body is the amendment of is the adoption of Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L012 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L014 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L014 to Senate Bill 87 by Senator Danielson.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies, Mr. Pineda, if I forget to raise my hand, just start slowly and you won't have to read the whole thing. I move Amendment L014. Thank you, Madam Chair. This goes to another concern. Like we said again, we've guaranteed some basic workplace safety in this bill, but again, this comes to uninterrupted meal and rest breaks. So this is a concern that came to us from the industry that we worked to accommodate, and basically it was brought to our attention that sort of uninterrupted meal breaks and rest breaks may be problematic because there could be emergency situations, which again I think you can all understand given some of your ties to the ag industry. Maybe in livestock production you're not going to want to take an uninterrupted meal break if a calf got out or something's gone wrong, etc. So we offer this amendment to say that on-the-job meal breaks are uninterrupted, but if it's impractical, then there's an exception there. Was that the hook? Was I talking too long? And I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. I rise in support of this amendment and thank the sponsor for working with those in the ag community because sometimes when the cows are out, you can't take a lunch break.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The only part that I really have a question of, on line 9, must fully consume a meal of choice. What does that mean?
What they chose for lunch?
Breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm serious about this. An agriculture employee must be permitted to fully consume a meal of choice while working and be compensated for the on-duty. And then we're talking about the area in which he does not have time when you're chasing those cows down the highway that they, or that you don't have time for lunch. But I'm not sure what that means, and actually I'm serious. Does meal of choice mean that the employee gets to dictate what that meal of choice is? How does that work? And tell me what the intent was there, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to confirm with the drafter shortly, but I think meal of choice, what's intended by that language, is that they get that break for their choice of breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or second dinner, or supper.
Dinner, brunch. Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you. While he's trying to figure that out, I'm going to stall a little bit by saying many of us eat breakfast for dinner. And so I'm not sure what that means. The truth is, permitted to fully consume a meal, and if you just delete of choice, that makes sense. Meal, I think, allows for something other than me handing you a box of pretzels and saying, by God, we'll eat when we're done, snack on these for now. If we take out of choice, I think this becomes a better amendment. But when it comes right down to it, this amendment, taking that out, doesn't get me where you want me to be on the bill. So,
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would assume that this just means, like what my colleague from Commerce City said, that it needs to be the meal break that they need. But this was language produced by the opponents of the measure, straight from the comps language. We just took their suggestions since they said it calmed their, it took care of their concerns. And since it was lifted from comps, we just sort of took it as the standard. And no one has raised an issue. And in fact, this came directly from the opponents. So I think that if there was an issue, they wouldn't have provided us with the draft language.
Senator Sonnenberg.
well, thank you. If they provided us with that language, doesn't mean that they didn't make a mistake. I'm hoping you understand the common sense in this, where it does create some confusion. Right or wrong, I know I have never drafted an amendment where I've made a mistake with an unintended consequence, but someone else may have.
To be perfect. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have consulted with the drafter, with proponents, with opponents, and all agree that a meal of choice is language that was taken directly from the comps order. So CDLE will know exactly what we mean, which is essentially an uninterrupted meal break to be able to consume a full meal, not any type of meal you'd like. But it is taken directly from the comps order, so CDLE is very clear on this language.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but this is talking about those where you don't have a break. This is the part of the amendment that deals with when an employee, while performing on agricultural, without, the amendment, and I'm sorry I'm struggling here, I'm trying to find the language again. If circumstances make the uninterrupted meal period impractical, that's the area we're talking about, which we're allowing them a meal of choice, and that's where I struggle. I'm going to ask for an aye vote on the amendment, but I think that needs cleared up, and if we're truly going to allow the Department of Labor to fix it, or to do it through rulemaking, we don't need of choice in there.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can clarify a little bit. What it's saying is that if it's impractical to take an uninterrupted meal break, then that's okay. They don't have to do that. But that at some point on the job that day, they need to be allowed to eat. And that's what it says. It's the standard language from the CDLE, but it's a reasonable accommodation to the employer in order to clarify. If something's gone wrong, if it's impractical to be able to sit down and take an entire meal break at that time, that's okay. You can have an exemption, but you got to allow the employee to eat. So sometime during their time on the job, they've got to be able to take that meal break when it is practical. But we wanted to give the employers, the industry, the ag industry opponents, what they wished here, which is this language, and I see why. If it's impractical to sit down and take a meal break for a number of issues that we brought up, whatever has gone wrong, then that's okay. But then at some point, they got to be able to eat. And that's what the amendment does.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we'd all like a meal of choice right now, and that meal that we would choose is lunch.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L014 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L014 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L019 to Senate Bill 87?
019 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This addresses the section of the bill that bans the short-handled hoe. So as we've described earlier in the conversation, the short-handled hoe was banned in several states, and in California it was banned in 1975. And the reason that it was banned is because it's detrimental to its user. Requiring employees to be stooped over in the field using this tool for a lengthy amount of time results in chronic pain, terrible back injuries, and permanent injuries. And so for generations, farm workers movement has been advocating for the ban of the short-handled hoe. And we can go into more of the symptoms and the problems around it if you like, but I think you get the picture. In the introduced version of the bill, it was unclear that we were really banning just this tool and this use. So we made a number of amendments in committee to try and again to address the legitimate concerns of the producers that came to me between introduction and committee. We didn't quite get there with all the work that we did in committee. So what we're doing here, it provides the same exemption that California has for organic growers. Now there's a little bit of difference. We couldn't mirror the language precisely because the structure is different in California. We don't have the organic certification here that they have, so we couldn't exactly mirror and lift the exact language from California because some of those structures don't exist in Colorado. But that was a request made to me directly from producers across the state that even with the exemptions that we put in place during committee, they explained that they could still not tend to their crops the way they needed to. So while they cannot use the short-handled hoe, it may be from time to time necessary to use a short tool to get in during weeding and thinning. So, like I said, we made huge compromises in the first committee, but this brings in that the request from me, from producers the request of me was to provide that same exemption for organic growers, and that's what Amendment L019 does. And we were not pleased to make this compromise, but we heard the industry, and this was amendment that I'm willing to do. So thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to read just the one paragraph of the amendment. Hand weeding or thinning of any agricultural or horticultural commodity grown in fields or greenhouses for which the employer maintains a current certification from the Colorado Department of Agriculture or an authorized certifying body as meeting the standards of the United States Department of Agriculture National Organic Program. So it does offer a variance if you're an existing organic producer, but does it, as the amendment is written and the bill, does it preclude those that are trying to become organic? So it takes 3 years of growing under certain circumstances to reach that organic certification. Does this not allow anybody else now to practice the same practice you would as a fully certified organic producer trying to get there?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleague for the question. My understanding is that, again, in order to give this huge, broad, wide-reaching exemption, we had to base it on current certification. And there wasn't another sort of tool in our toolbox that wouldn't have allowed for even further use and quite frankly, exploitation of the organic designation. That, you know, we've already given away so much when it comes to this part of the bill that we had to base it on a standard in existence. And so my understanding is what we've written is that they have organic certification, yes.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that I'm clear with reference to the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, the amendment was, and clarify, help me here. The amendment was that you can use short-handled tools 20% of the time, and with this addition, with this amendment, is it 100% of the time with agriculture if the employee wants to use a short-handled tool?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question. Yes, in my point of view, again, this is far broader than is ideal for the kind of protections that I wanted to put in place, but you're correct. With the adoption of this amendment, there's no time limit. It's that the organic producers would be exempted.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as someone who is weeded by hand, which is allowed in this bill, and with a long and short handle hoe, I think this is a good amendment.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you. And the good senator from the San Luis Valley was exactly correct. The unfortunate part is what we do when we pass this. The way it's structured is you have eliminated any new organic producers in the state, because they won't be able to use these tools if they need to for their organic operation 100% of the time. Unless, of course, they use them 20% of the time and they hire 5 times as many employees to try and get the same productivity. And that's unfortunate that we are unable. I mean, this is still better. It makes the bill better. But quite honestly, it doesn't go far enough unless you absolutely want to make sure that no new organic farms come into Colorado.
Senator Danielson.
Thanks again, Madam Chair. So it was made clear to us by the industry that that those organic producers can't use the same kind of weed management through not pesticides, through spraying, et cetera, that other producers can. And so again, we agreed to mirror the California language to exempt those who really depend fully on hand weeding and thinning when compared to other producers. Again, it was that's from the industry, not from us. Believe me, I would have liked to have not compromised at all But that's not what I'm here to do. I made a pledge in January to continue to listen to opponents, even if in the end it didn't move their position in any way, shape, or form, which, by the way, it hasn't. Even though we've made countless compromises and concessions, I still made a commitment because I care about the industry. This is an example there. It's the right thing to do. We listened to them. It was at their request. Is it ideal for us as the proponents of the measure? No. Is it reasonable? Yes, and we can move on from here.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L019 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. My apologies. The ayes have it. L019 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L021 to Senate Bill 87?
L021 to Senate Bill 87.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L021.
To the amendment.
This is a technical change caught by our amazing and wonderful attorney. By the way, Kristen Forrestal, ladies and gentlemen, if we were allowed to clap, I would ask you to rise in a standing ovation. She has given countless hours to this measure, and I am so grateful for her dedication. She caught a change. I should have mentioned that earlier on. Thank you so very much, Kristen. This is a technical change. It makes sure some of the language that we adopted in the HO section is consistent throughout. If there's issues, we can revisit, but I urge an aye vote on the technical change.
Absolutely. I'd like to echo Senator Danielson in thanking Ms. Forrestal and all of our Ledge Council staff. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an amendment that we can all rally around together and be 100% in support of throughout the state of Colorado. Ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Legal Services, not Ledge Council staff. Legal Services staff, thank y'all. The motion before the body is the adoption of L021 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L021 is adopted.
Sir Holbert?
Your amendments are good.
Well, Holbert and then.
Mr. Pineda, will you please read L0, I'm sorry, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L064 to Senate Bill 87.
Amendment L064 to Senate Bill 87.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L064.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment seeks to clarify a point made earlier about providing transportation. I appreciate the sponsors looking at versions of the amendment, and I think that we'll find that this is considered a friendly amendment. I believe the good senator from Montrose pointed out the possibility that, especially in open range environments, vehicles might be prohibited. And all this amendment seeks to do is clarify that nothing in that subsection would require an employer to violate a state or federal law or regulation prohibiting certain types of transportation. The only thing I'm trying to do is avoid creating a law that would require an employer to decide which law he or she would violate, this one or the other. And I think with L064, it just adds some certainty that nothing in this law would require an employer to violate state or federal law or regulation regarding transportation in that area. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues, I also request an aye vote. Thank you to the Minority Leader for the quick work, and to the Senator from Montrose for pointing it out. We certainly don't want anyone to be in a place where there is any inconsistency or differentiation in the expectation. So I think this is just a clarifying amendment and would encourage your support.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L064 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L064 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L062 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L062.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L062. Members, in the bill, if you look on page 4, lines 1 through 7, in line 1, there talks about a rebuttable presumption that an agriculture employer that takes an adverse action against an agriculture employee within the 90 days. Members, what that means is that places the burden on the employer. We don't have that in other labor laws. I'm asking you to go ahead and take that section back out so that we don't have the rebuttable presumption piece in this bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I just want to illustrate how this works. An example would be if I filed a wage complaint. I filed a complaint saying that something had happened to me, that I was underpaid or another, my employer broke the law. And then I was fired. The presumption would be that that was retaliation. However, it's still up to the judge to determine whether or not that was true. So what could happen is I say I was fired and it was because it was retaliatory and I demand justice. And the judge says, yeah, but Jesse, you missed 3 days of work and that's why you were fired. And the claim is dismissed. So I urge a no vote on the amendment because these workers do need this protection, and it doesn't mean that this will be the judgment. It just means that it's just that. It's the presumption, but it's rebuttable. So I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you again, Madam Chair. Members, our court system, our system in Colorado and in the United States is one that allows you to be innocent until proven guilty. When we change that rebuttable presumption, that means it's going the other way. We do that very little, and we should do that very little, including now. We should not have that in this bill. I will ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L062 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. L062 is, it fails. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L061 to Senate Bill 87? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L061. We talk about the short-handled equipment that is used. This allows the director to promulgate those rules and allow an employee to use a short-handled piece of equipment if he wants to. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds like a reasonable approach, but here's what we've heard from workers for literally decades now, which is why we've crafted the language around banning the short-handled hoe the way we have. What happens is an employer places the short-handled hoe in front of the employee and says, do you want to use this? We can't accept that. We can't allow for that. We've really gone a long way in the short-handled hoe provisions, like I mentioned before, far, far, far away from where we started, where I believe we should have been in order to accommodate the industry. We can't accept this amendment because of the scenario that I described, which is the way that employers responded when the HO was banned in states that didn't have these kinds of provisions that we've written into ours. So I would respectfully urge a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I would also encourage your opposition to this amendment. The reality is that the limitations that are being proposed on the use of the short-handled hoe are a health and safety provision. Workers have been disabled by the use of this tool. I'm unaware of any instance in which an employee can waive a health or safety provision. That doesn't seem right to me. If it is a health and safety provision and it's done there for the benefit of the worker, it should apply uniformly to workers across the board.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And the point here is, as an employee, government doesn't always know what's best for me. If I want to lay on the back of a platform that is on the back of a tractor going down a field where I need a short hoe as I lay there and do my work, rather than walk the field and use a long-handled hoe, or try and stand on that platform or lay on that platform because it's easy to lay on that platform and use a long-handled hoe to do the same thing, I ought to be able to make that choice. This is about letting the employee make the choice that they know may be best for them. They know the risks, they know the discomforts. Shoot, there's things on my farm I don't want to do that deal with health and safety. I should wear a glove when I do fencing with barbed wire fence. But sometimes those damn wire pinchers don't work well with the gloves when you're trying to cut them off, the piece off as you wrap it around the insulator. So I take it off because it works easier. Let's allow the employee to have an option. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also too rise in support of L061, and let me tell you why. Having done this in my younger years, sometimes having the option to do a repetitive process in another way for a short period of time and then moving on to do the similar repetitive process in a slightly different way helps you do the entire job and do in a manner which is less taxing on your body as a whole. So maybe for a third of the work you want to weed by hand, and the other third you want to use a short handle hoe, and the other third you want to use a long handle hoe. Or like the example from the Good Center from Northeast Colorado, a third of the time you want to sit flat on a tractor as it slowly moves through the field. This puts the choice in the employee's universe and allows them to do what they see or feel is fit for their health and safety and for them to accomplish the work that they're being paid to do. I ask for an aye vote again on L061.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do understand why the employers might not like the ban on the short-handled hoe. I do. We're here representing the welfare of the employees. This is a request that has come directly from them. And it's not just this year or the last 6 months that I've been spending on crafting the language in Senate Bill 87. It's a generations-long problem that has caused workers chronic pain, permanent disability, and has prevented them from living their lives the way they should be able to, simply because their employer, quite frankly, required them to use this tool. I mean, it's got nicknames that have been handed down for generations. The devil's arm, El Cortito. Like, it's not a joke. This is a very serious problem that has persisted for generations. Colorado should have taken care of this decades ago with the other states that have. Like I described before, the argument was made in other states where they said, yeah, let's give the choice to the worker. But what ended up happening in order to satisfy the law was that employers literally handed them one tool, the one tool that we want to ban, and asked them, do you choose to use the tool? Again, not all employers are going to exploit people in this manner, but there are those who will. There are those that have, and it has happened for decades on end. It's a loophole that had to be closed in California, and we need to do it here. So we cannot pretend like all these good souls are going to be out there just, leaving it up to the employee to make the choice. This comes directly from generations of farm workers who have begged us to ban this tool. It comes from the employees themselves. They don't want this amendment. And it's because of the situation that I described, a way for the employer to get around the law. So unfortunately, we need you to reject the amendment in order to protect the workers at the workers' request. Thanks.
Further discussion on L061? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L061 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L061 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L057 to Senate Bill 87? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L057. What L057 does is basically instructs the employer to educate his employees on emergency health issues when those arrive. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would encourage a no vote for now. I don't think there's any, I don't think we oppose any information training to employees concerning safety, but I do think it's important that that oversight bodies like the Department of Labor and Employment make sure that those materials are developed in an impartial and fact-based nature. And so for now, I would encourage a no vote on L057.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of L057. I think especially in this time of us coming out of a pandemic, this is the kind of language we need in a bill that's for protecting the worker. Again, ask for an aye vote on L057.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L057 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L057 fails.
Did you rule in my favor?
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L038 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L038.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L038, and what this amendment does is this says that the section does not apply to H-2A workers simply because H-2A workers are under federal law, federal rules, and we don't want to be in conflict with what they do. So ask for your aye vote on L038.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I'll encourage a no vote on L038. After we have adopted amendments that send overtime to rulemaking, as well as a number of the other concessions that proponents have made in this measure, the agricultural representatives actually did withdraw their request for any language concerning H-2A workers. I encourage a no vote.
Seeing no, Senator Quorum.
Thank you. I support this bill. I think it's a good bill. My farmers and ranchers would have protested, but they were actually working.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just let me reiterate, I know there are some ag groups that have withdrawn that to go to rulemaking, but I think it's appropriate for us to send that message as a legislature that we are not going to violate federal law and federal worker standards that are established with H-2A. I think that's why it's appropriate for us to add this, and I would ask us to do so, even though we may trust the Department of Labor to follow that law. We should do it. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L038 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Unfortunately, L038 is lost.
We can't win. I'm Bad News Bears.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L045 to Senate Bill 87.
Amendment L045.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L045. Members, what this does is changes the effective date of the bill to January 1st, 2022. That gives us this season, because we already have workers in place. We already have contracts in place. We already have people planning on a system that is happening right now. What this bill does is says, look, we're just going to wait until next year to make sure that we have things in place so as ranchers, as farmers need to prepare, they can do so without having the pressure of having to implement this on the signature of the governor mid-growing season or mid-harvest season. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good amendment because most of the farmers I know have to operate on borrowed money, operational money. So they have put their budget together with their banker and said, this is what I'm going to need for labor, this is what I'm going to need for fuel. Well, that one's out the window already, but seed. So I think this puts an undue burden on the farmer that he has budgeted for this amount of expense in the crop, and so let's accept this amendment and let him try to work on this problem next year.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I haven't spoken much on this bill today. I figure it's a lot more appropriate for the bill sponsors who've been working on it, I'm sure, as well as those folks that live in this industry on a daily basis. It is a background that my family comes from, where we are involved in farming, and I want to stand in support of Amendment 45 for exactly the reason that the good senator from Montrose brought up. This is an industry that operates financially looking into the future, not only for the loans, but in a lot of cases on the pricing of the crops that they're selling and the amount of money that they're planning on putting into labor, for example. For those of us who've sold a lot of these contracts on a futures basis, those have already been done. The senators are absolutely correct with that. From a financial perspective, this amendment changes things from something that is truly financially untenable to something that I think gives folks ample time not only to plan, but when they're executing their next commodities future trades, they can just build in pricing for this. So I've appreciated the comments on both sides. This seems very, very reasonable for those of us that deal with the financial impacts of this, and I would really encourage the sponsors, this is not a lot of time that we're talking about here for implementing, but for those who have sold these crops already on futures contracts,
this is really, really critical. So again, I would hope the sponsors could view this as friendly and ask for an aye vote on Amendment 45.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise in support of L045. Having experience in the ag industry, I can tell you that the end of the year is very slow. And the reason being is the sun is at its lowest point. There's not a lot going on other than fixing equipment and organizing your affairs for the next year, even in the greenhouse business, where at that time you're paying a lot of money to keep the crops alive through the cold part of winter, but they actually slow down and they grow much slower in December, January than they do in June or July because of the lack of sun. And most contracts are structured around expiring December 31st, starting January 1st, so on and so forth. So I think this is a very solid, friendly amendment to Senate Bill 87 and would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would ask for an aye vote, and I won't reiterate the comments that have already been made, but I will say this. We need to think about what has occurred over the course of the last year and the last 3 years, quite frankly, for Colorado agriculture and for the farmers in our state. Colorado agriculture has already been strained by ongoing drought conditions and the continuing rise of production costs, not to mention they had to deal with COVID circumstances as well. Agriculture is considered a critical, essential function. They had to keep working. They had to keep figuring out how to deal with all of the mandates and all the things that were coming down with COVID. Now you're asking them in just a very short time, when they've already got their contracts in place, they've already got their fields planted, they're already doing what they need to do to try and change everything up and not give them enough time. I would hope that we all would understand that the costs of production have gone up by 30% just in the past 3 years. This would just be additional cost to them that they're not prepared for, and it would put additional strain on Colorado agriculture, on our farmers, on those family farms that are out there trying to figure out how to make this work. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L045 as well. So I'm a living example of the challenges. The only day I missed in this session was to spend the afternoon with my banker, setting up my operating note for this year, and to go further in debt and then cross your fingers that production works out and prices work out. I would hope the sponsors would be sympathetic to the challenges that really fall on producers. And we don't need to add another layer, a burdensome layer, and risk losing more farms going forward. The price of steel is up. If you can get parts and supplies, they're running low and the prices are going up for sprinkler tires, for spare tires. The cost of fuel is up higher than when I did my operating plan for this year. Twine for my balers, if I can find it, will be 30% higher than it was last year. I'm just hopeful the sponsors can recognize this as really is a fair amendment and would consider allowing an effective date of January 1, 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for all the comments. We did listen to industry voices on the effective date. So this was another place where we compromised. We pushed out the effective date for really the substantive requirements. Everything that we could and should push out, we did. And so while the amendment asks for February 1, 2022, the effective date for things like how you pay the workers has already been pushed out to January 31st. So that's a day difference. The things that we couldn't push back, so remember there's other pieces in the bill that hopefully won't impact your bottom line. It's the retaliation piece. It's the excess piece. So again, it's not just the owner of the company that manages the farm or the ranch or the livestock production. The workers have also been through the last year. The workers were the essential workers that were on the line and never got a day off during the pandemic. Everyone else could go home and shelter in place, but ag workers couldn't. And as a result, there were severe outbreaks within the agricultural worker community. So we are taking into consideration the basic needs of these folks and the things that we couldn't push out to protect their most basic rights. So access, retaliation, things like that, we can't push those out because these people right now are already experiencing these problems. And when I mentioned the problems around access, I mean, that's real, that's severe, that is life-saving services. And right now they can't get it. That's why we couldn't push all of the effective dates out, but we did compromise with the industry on the things that we could, and I would argue alongside my colleagues that we should. So I would urge a no vote on the amendment, but know that we have already made those compromises for the pieces of the bill that we could push out. The date is one day different from this amendment. It's January 31st, and I urge a no vote on the amendment for those reasons.
Seeing no, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to make a point of clarification. So last year, I know we all understood this already, but I was a Weld County Commissioner. Weld County is #1 in agricultural production in the state of Colorado. And I will tell you specifically that there were not outbreaks in the agricultural industry work group in the farmers that we're talking about here today. So that's not accurate information.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L045 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L045 fails. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L056 to Senate Bill 87? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L056. Members, what this does is this just has the executive director of the department convene meeting of stakeholders on an annual basis to discuss wages and working conditions of agriculture workers. This is made up of agriculture workers, individuals who are members or representatives of organizations that advocate for workers' rights, agriculture employers, and individuals who are members or representatives of organizations that advocate for employers. A balanced group to meet annually to discuss workers' rights and labor issues. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would encourage a no vote on L056. This does replace the advisory group that we are proposing to create in the bill. It was carefully negotiated, represents folks from all sides of this debate and perspective. I think the language in the bill is sufficient around the committee and the work group that we're proposing in the bill. Would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L056 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L056 fails. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L063 to Senate Bill 87.
Amendment L063.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The long-awaited time for this committee hearing and this bill, Sonnenberg's last amendment of the day. I move L063. Members, what this does, you heard me talk a little earlier about going directly to district court. This follows our labor laws that we have right now that allows you to go through an arbitration process or whatever other process is in the Department of Labor. It specifically references those in Title 8 of our statutes which deal with the labor laws. I would urge us to vote yes on this amendment so that we do what every other industry is doing, rather than go directly to district court when someone complains as a social contact of an employee. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what this amendment would do would be to require that a person go through CDLA before going forward with a claim, or CDLA, pardon me. But the option to go to court is absolutely appropriate for these types of claims. An administrative process can lead to delay in righting these wrongs. And, furthermore, farm workers, they don't typically have the same kind of experiences and savvy that it requires to navigate some of the systems through the Department of Labor. I've become very familiar with this in the time that I've been here, and through work like the Equal Pay Act and setting up different ways for people to take action on their behalf. It's wholly appropriate for these workers to be able to go to court. I don't want to interfere with that and delay, like I said, for those cases where injustice has occurred, where claims are not frivolous. These people should have that remedy quick, and this amendment would interfere with that, with their right. So I urge a no vote.
Senator Quorum. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L063 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L063 fails. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L066 to Senate Bill 87?
Amendment L066.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly believe what's fair is fair, and overtime on these workers may be very valid. But there's other workers out there that are affected also. And so, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So L066 on Senate Bill 87, amend the printed bills, page 11, strike lines 9 through 19, and substitute 8-6-120, overtime wages for agricultural worker rules. The director shall promulgate rules providing overtime and maximum hours protection to agricultural employees to the proposed no later than October 31st, 2021, and adopted no later than January 31st, 2022. The rules must implement with the same overtime and hours protections that the General Assembly implements on its sessional employees. It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If we're asking these farm workers to pay overtime, we have a lot of hardworking aides around here that deserve the same consideration. So ask for an aye.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I encourage a no vote on L066. Colleagues, just important. As we've stated before, the overtime piece going to rulemaking was a major concession on behalf of the proponents of the bill. A lot of these details will be worked out in rulemaking. I encourage a no vote on L066.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L066 to Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L066 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors. I know your passion and dedication and effort is well respected. I disagree with the direction, but absolutely respect your efforts. I can identify Colorado Farm Bureau received almost 1,000 postcards from individual producers across the state of Colorado. And the postcard says, "A farm isn't just a business, it's a family. Tell our legislators to stop treating agriculture like a corporate America and protect family farms. Already struggling to get by, burdensome labor regulations will crush small farms. The new farms, the few farms that hire outside of family can't afford to lose those workers, requiring employers to strictly follow the rules and go above and beyond minimum requirements. Family farms can't sustain burdensome labor regulations, often resulting in workers losing hours or even the job itself. Harming Colorado's second largest industry won't just stop with agriculture. It will have lasting impacts on the entire state. Colorado legislature, please don't push our family farms and ranches out of business. So Farm Bureau has close to 1,000 of those responses. I might also like to talk a little bit about Colorado State University, the Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics, Dr. Hill and Dr. Jablonski provided some insight. Now, this is based on how the bill was introduced. Here's the summary, the bottom line from CSU ag economists. Almost half, 30 to 50% of all agricultural workers in Colorado worked more than 40 hours per week in the peak season over the last few years. And these workers worked an average of 53 to 67 hours per week in peak season. Agricultural workers on crop operations work more hours each week than ag workers on livestock operations, so crop operations are expected to face more economic implications from the proposed bill. Depending on how employers respond to the proposed bill, at one extreme, the overtime provisions as originally introduced could lead to additional weekly pay of $90 to $190 for the workers currently working more than 40 hours per week for a single agricultural business. But on the other extreme, the law could lead to a loss of $190 to $390 in weekly pay for workers. We expect small-scale crop operations to face the largest changes from the bill as introduced. And they described small-scale operations from the U.S. Department of Ag Economics Research Service. Small farms have less than $350,000 in gross cash farm income. Small-scale operators are most likely to report paying less than $12 per hour. Among operations with workers currently working more than 40 hours per week, small-scale crop operations have the highest per worker weekly hours. Small-scale operations have higher labor expenses as a share of their gross revenues compared with mid and large-scale operations. 12% of gross cash farm income compared to 7 and 11% respectively. There are more small-scale operations that have workers who would qualify for overtime when compared to mid-scale or large-scale operations. However, depending on how employers respond, the majority of additional payroll would likely come from large-scale employers who employ more overtime workers overall. My own personal operation is really run as truly a family operation. It's me and my 78-year-old dad, who can still whip me today, and my son, my brother, nephews. It's truly very much strictly a family operation. So I think immediate family is exempt from the overtime rules, but my wife's pay would go from $0 an hour to time and a half at $0 an hour. So that works well for me. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't also take this opportunity to talk about some specific circumstances within really close to home. In committee, in the BLT committee, a presentation was made about an operation that's really close to home for me. This is an H-2A operation, a labor camp in Center, Colorado, in San Luis Valley. I've been to the camp, and I think the owner and the operator in the camp truly were victims of mischaracterization and false advertising. I know Amy Kanugi, who runs the operation. She's been there for 28 years. She's had the first busload of H-2A migrant workers showed up last week. It's the same 30 folks that were here for the last 15 years. She has a good record, takes really good care of employees. The pictures again highlight, which is pretty disturbing. There's a 8-foot chain link fence with concertina wire across the top when you first drive up, but you'll notice the picture represents, so this is wintertime, you can see snow on the ground. There's no traffic, no footprints, nothing. The facility is vacant 7.5 months out of the year. It's only occupied 4.5 months. to give an implication or indication that workers are locked in a fenced compound was, again, a true misrepresentation. There's 2,500 linear feet of perimeter around this facility. There's 500 of it that's fenced. The other 2,000 is open. And it's fenced to keep people and squatters out when it's not occupied. That's a significant investment on Southern Colorado farms to create a really favorable place for H-2A workers to come spend their time and earn more in a day than they earn in a week in their home countries. They have it set up wonderfully, comfortable, picnic pavilions, basketball courts, they put in a soccer field, they provide closed circuit TV to watch soccer and fights, and washer and dryer systems that aren't for a fee, you don't have to pay to use them. I just want to highlight that Southern Colorado Farms and Miss Amy Kanugi really go above and beyond to support their workers in our community, and I would certainly hate to see them not be able to operate. They grow organic carrots for Gerber baby food. It's all about the kids. So
For the children.
For the children. You know, I'll close by saying beets and carrots. I close by saying ag certainly recognizes there's an opportunity, I guess, a challenge. I do feel a little bit like we're putting the proverbial cart before the horse. I anecdotally know of all the good things in my community. I don't know the bad things that are happening, and I think the proponents probably have been exposed to an abundance of the bad things that are happening, and maybe don't have an appreciation for all the good things that are happening. I really like in the bill the creation of the advisory council and an opportunity to really study and report what are the working conditions and the wages. I know it's not practical to the proponents, but I would love to have the committee and the council review that first and then report back to us where those gaps are, versus it feels like we're trying to take a broad brush approach to all of agriculture. Whether you're a sheep herder in the foothills, or you're a chili grower down the Arkansas Valley, or you're growing vegetables in the San Luis Valley or the South Platte, or me, a hay grower, San Luis Valley, where, you know, my work hours when we're baling hay, they might start at 6 o'clock in the evening, and then depending on conditions, I may or may not be done by 10 o'clock the next morning. And it's just so variable depending where you're at and what you're growing. I would really like to see the opportunity to have more specificity to correct some of these problems that, again, I don't see, but I'm sure they're out there. I know Ag wants to be active in this discussion. I know we want to create an environment, a safe, encouraging environment for our employees. I can't support the bill as written, but I know there's an opportunity for us going forward. So I would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 87. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to take a moment to read to you who all has contacted us on this. Dang, that didn't even get a laugh or a snicker.
I was just waiting
The
for
fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of people in rural Colorado, all across the state, that worry about this bill. I'm not going to say much. I have to go back through the bill now, figure out what we actually changed and what we didn't change, and I'll be prepared for my 20 minutes tomorrow because it's probably going to take that long. But I know there were some comparisons made to California, and I want to double check my research there. But I do know we're not comparing apples to apples, because California only used large employers, 26 and above. We're using everybody. I can tell you that There are 2 California large operators in which the overtime was implemented January 1st, 2020. That overtime provision that became effect was time and a half after 9 hours in a day or after 50 hours in a week. Both have sold their animals and left California. We don't want to do that here. I'll reevaluate the bill, see where we're at. I'm sure I'm not going to be able to support it. There are a lot of things that need dealt with, a lot of concerns that we have that were not addressed. I do want to say to the sponsors, thank you for your graciousness as we discussed this and worked through the amendments. Thank you for the discussion and answering every question that I had when we posed a question on the amendment. That is truly appreciated. I look forward to working as this goes through the House as well. Members, it's not only important that we protect the employees, but without the employers, we have no employees. So let's find that common ground so we save the agriculture industry in Colorado. Ask for a no vote on the bill.
Senator Priola, followed by Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, first of all, I want to thank each and every one for the debate, the respectful, professional debate. For Colorado agriculture industry, SB 87 is, in my opinion, the most consequential, costly legislation introduced by the General Assembly in many, many years. Again, I want to give credit to the sponsors working with the ag industry, and that the ag industry wants to be yes on many aspects of the bill and amendments, but it's still, in my opinion, doesn't hit the mark because it's not structured in a way that folks in the industry would find workable at all. We live in a climate where there's a short growing season. I've driven through California in January. They are humming, cranking out lettuce and lots of other things, fruits and vegetables, 12 months out of the year. That doesn't happen in Colorado. A lot of the folks who come here to work want to work as many hours in the short growing season as possible, and then they head back to their family to enjoy many months off. And I can tell you from experience, a lot of them return to the same family farms because they have great relationships with their employers. And they bring a lot of the folks through connections from their same town that they're from, or family members from the town that they're from. So the folks who work in this industry have figured out ways to get the work done and benefit everyone involved. And I see this bill as putting in statute things that just, you can tell they're written by folks who sit at a desk and have never actually walked rows in a field, have never been up at dawn and worked till sunset. And in my opinion, I think it will simply empower trial lawyers and labor activists. We heard this in business, labor, and technology, and I was honored to have one of my constituents who's sitting up in the gallery right now, who's farmed for decades in the Brighton area, and is very concerned that this will put him out of business, as I'm sure many other family farms are. Big corporate farms will be able to withstand this. they will be able to afford a legal department. They will be able to figure out ways to navigate this law. But my fear is the small family farms will just be forced to sell out to those corporate interests. So again, I don't have much else to say on this bill other than I want to thank the sponsors for running the amendments that they did do, but I would still like to ask for a no on Senate Bill 87.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I too was privileged to hear this piece of legislation. It was actually a little over 2 months ago on Senate Bill 87, the business, labor, and technology. I don't know, quite frankly, why it came to business, labor, and technology. It really should have gone, quite frankly, to the Ag Committee, but I'm sure there were reasons for that. But I come down to address this bill as a suburban legislator. I want to thank my esteemed colleagues, the good senator from Sterling, the good senator from Montrose, my colleague, the good senator from the San Luis Valley, who have real life, everyday, practical experience in the agricultural industry. I don't profess that I do. If I've said it once, though, I've said it many times. I do also have a interest in not only rural Colorado, but in the farming area. My grandfather and uncle and mother grew up on a cotton farm in West Texas. We still have that land today, which I truly value. But the reason I'm here is that on the day that we heard this bill, a little over 2 months ago, we heard from numerous family-owned farmers and ranchers that came in and testified. They took their whole day off to come in and testify because their entire industry is at risk with this bill. You know, and I think about it as a suburban legislator, I want to thank our good people in the agricultural industry because we are so fortunate in this country that we have the most prolific foods and vegetables and agricultural products in the entire world. We are the envy of the world. We produce so much more with so few people that other countries literally cannot compete with us. And we do it because of the hard work of the people that put their family fortunes on the line every single day and year to produce the products that we need. And so here we have a bill, while it's well-meaning, it is going to undermine our agricultural industry here in Colorado. It was stated earlier during the debate that to compare Colorado to California, because California is doing it, then we should do it. Well, quite frankly, speaking for myself, and I think for a lot of people, I do not want Colorado to be like California. I will repeat that again. I do not want Colorado to be anything like California. I want nothing to do with California. I want Colorado to be like Colorado, like the great state we are. If you love California, then please move there. Don't stay here. We have a great state with great industries, great agricultural people, and we do not need California Californicating Colorado. And for us, I find it very disturbing that people that have little agricultural backgrounds are trying to tell our family farms and ranches how to micromanage, and that they know best how to run their businesses that they've been successful at running for generations. And when I say generations, not just for 20 years or 40 years, but for well over 100 years. And we have something that has been entirely successful and will continue to be successful in the future if we don't Californicate it up. I also want to, once again, I could go through, I took notes, extensive notes, and we heard from people that put their family fortunes on the line every day to be a success, to employ workers, to give them good jobs. And they testified over and over again that they just don't pay regular time. They just don't pay overtime. They pay wages above and beyond, $20 an hour or more. They give them housing. They give them insurance in many cases. And these workers, these agricultural workers, come back to them time and time again, not just for 2 or 3 or 5 years. There's generations of them that come back and want to work on these good Colorado farms because they know they are well treated, and they testified to that time and time again. And here, this is just a sample. This is just a sample. I suppose I could go through and start reading off the names, but in consideration to my good colleagues, I won't do that. But one of them that stood out right at the very top, Betsy, I'll just say Betsy, from Kit Carson, Colorado. She signed, "No more legislation, please. Please just leave us alone. Let us alone. We know what we're doing. We are successful at it. We treat our workers well. We don't need your interference in our industry." And this is just some of the, I'm sure, the many thousands of people in the agricultural industry on the western slope, on the eastern plains, in southern Colorado and northern Colorado. We heard from them extensively on March the 17th. Please leave us alone. We will be a success. We will treat our workers well. And last but not least, I also want to refer to these pictures that my good colleague from southern Colorado referred to, is that this was referenced that the agricultural workers in the San Luis Valley were forcibly pinned in to what was alluded to some sort of a concentration camp. This was nothing but a gross lie. It wasn't a misrepresentation, it was an outright lie. And as my good colleagues stated, is that the camp is not even used for 7 months out of the year. These pictures were taken in the wintertime when nobody was even there, and it was purported, it was testified that somehow this camp was being used to keep workers hemmed and pinned in. It's nothing but a blatant lie. So on behalf of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, or at least on my side of the aisle that represent suburban Colorado, we are thankful, and I want to say in all honesty, humbly, we are thankful for the men and women, young and old, rich and poor, whether they're from in Colorado or out of Colorado, that come and feed us and give us agricultural products that we use and live on every single day. You don't need our interference. You don't need our help. Just leave us alone. You all do a great job. And I will not belabor this any further, except that I urge a no vote, even though there's been some amendments. I guess I'll backtrack on that, is that once again, is that my colleagues who know and work in the agricultural industry every day, they came up and they offered some good, sincere, logical, well thought out amendments. And I'm sorry that none of them were taken, or very few, if any. So I would like to, be able to support legislation that we can truly come together on, that is beneficial for all concerned. And this bill is not ready for prime time. I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 87. Thank you very much.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, Business and Labor, I believe that's why we got the opportunity to hear this bill in our committee, because this bill, at the end of the day, is about labor and labor rights. And many of you came up here to the podium last month to talk about the resolution we did for Cesar Chavez Day and the work he did fighting for labor rights. So I appreciate the comments on both sides. I tried to listen. I heard. I think the sponsors have been very amenable to making changes to this bill. As my story when I did this, I got the opportunity to meet Cesar Chavez when I was a young child and drive him around here when he was out here fighting for workers' rights for the pesticides being put on grapes that I don't think they were successful on, but the work he's done over his life. And my father, who was born in the 40s, who came across to Colorado with his family, his family of 9 children, brothers and sisters, coming to pick in the fields for 20 cents an hour, who had to get stuck going back home for snowstorms or whatever, or couldn't get over the pass, and they had to stay. And hearing the stories for this bill is about basic protections from fights we had 50, 60 years ago for just some basic wages, and we can do better. Are things going to be hard? Maybe a little bit, but I think we can persevere this. And just a little bit of dignity on both sides of this. I respect the opponents and their conversation pieces, and I hope both sides understand what we're trying to fight for this. So I urge an aye vote. It's been an honor to be a part of this bill and listen to it, and to hear both sides talk about it, because I know this is going to be a struggle for everybody, but at the end of the day, this is the right thing to do for people who sat out there and worked while we were all staying home last year. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sitting here watching my good friend and struggling with his face mask, and I think it's time that we talked about the mask-away, so it's time to take the mask away. I was looking forward to this bill for some time. I thought, as a member of the Agricultural Committee, I would be getting my first bite of that then. Rather than that, I'm getting my first bite today. And I was troubled and trying to figure out, why did this go to Business, Labor, and Technology? And all of a sudden, the answer was right in front of me. When the majority leader was assigning bills to committee,
I don't do that.
the president, wherever, the peoples, they were ordering lunch. And somebody wrote down BLT and went on to their work.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, just want everyone to know the president assigns bills, but more importantly, I'm Jewish, so I don't eat a lot of BLTs.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the senator from Montrose, the BLT was the meal of their choice.
Hey! Senator Quorum.
Thank you. It's great. I think we had a great debate, and truly I do want to thank the sponsors, because you answered each and every question that we had. And that doesn't always happen. I'm honored that I saw people paying attention. I'm troubled that when we are up here talking a lot of times, somebody's looking down at their phone, texting, doing something else. And if you got their attention and asked them what you said, they wouldn't have any idea. That bothers me about this building. We're here to do the people's business. And we should devote that time to listening intently to what is being said, even though you don't agree with it. The good thing I saw here today, we had some disagreement, but we never saw being disagreeable. I think we handled this well. I am not happy with the bill where it is. I'm a proud member of the agricultural community. There's been several generations of that. First generation Colorado, but other states. My family were very successful farmers and ranchers in western Oklahoma. And then along came the Dust Bowl days. Off to California. California was not the land of milk and honey for them. They migrated back to western Colorado. And I am so grateful for the Dust Bowl days. Otherwise, I would have been born in Oklahoma, like my brother. But I think we made some gains here today. I don't think we're through. I think reason will come into play. I've never, as I said, I've never used an H-2A worker. I know many that do. And, you know, I've been honored to know a lot of those workers. I've known those workers that has attended their employer's funeral and cried with the rest of the family. But honor and respect is what is necessary. And if there are abusers out there, they need to be exposed. But I'm concerned that this is such a broad brush that we're going to have the unintended consequences of the family farm, like the good senator from San Luis Valley talked about. The good senator's a big man. He commented that his 78-year-old dad can still whip him. Rumor in the valley is his wife can too. So, correct? Thank you. But anyway, thank you very much for this, I think, good debate. And I'm not there yet, but hope to be part of the process of getting this bill right.
Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off by repeating the thanks to the sponsors. Thank you both for your willingness to listen to industry before the debate today. Thank you for your willingness to listen and consider amendments from the minority. Appreciate that. Appreciate the rare occurrence that you really did answer every question that was asked, and I suppose that can be the most frustrating aspect of being in the minority, is asking a legitimate question. Not all questions are. Some are gotcha. I get that. But asking a legitimate question and just being completely ignored, that's very frustrating, especially when you're trying to find an effective way forward. Thank you for adopting one of my amendments. It was really based on some input from the good senator from Montrose, but thank you for working through a couple of versions of that and adopting that. I want to give a shout out, a thank you to a friend outside the chamber, former State Representative Fran Coleman. This is my 19th year around the Capitol, and I think, it's years go by, I'm 60, my memory's starting to fade, it's not what it used to be. But I believe the first time that I heard about this thing called a short-handled hoe was probably on the Cesar Chavez resolution in 2002 or 2003. And it was Representative Fran Coleman, as I recall, who shared that story and explained the pain associated with using the short-handled hoe day after day, hours and hours and hours every day. I didn't know there was such a thing. I'm not a farmer. My mom's side of the family did some corn farming in Nebraska long before I was. But I'm not an expert. My only actual experience farming was in 1982 or 83. A friend in college said, hey, if you want to make some money, come drive a truck for my dad. And to the Pekarik family south of Burlington, thank you for that opportunity. I think I earned $400 to drive a truck with no air conditioning. Well, it did have a hole in the floor, so that on the highway it got a little bit of airflow through there. But they were wheat farmers. And they would get up before the sun came up in the morning. They'd have lunch in the field. And then they'd come home after the sun went down. To the folks who provide food and fuel and fiber for us, thank you. You are underappreciated. People who think that wheat and beef and chicken and vegetables and everything come from the grocery store. No, they don't. And that gets to why while I'm grateful for the amendments, I'm grateful for the questions being answered today. I'm grateful to Representative Coleman for helping open my eyes and understanding a part of our world that I didn't even know existed, didn't know the reality, didn't know the pain. No, I'm certainly no expert. So helping people who work in agricultural settings, okay, I get it. I've learned a lot. But I'm also very concerned about making food, fuel, or fiber more expensive or less available. We saw a little bit of that a year ago when the COVID pandemic started. I'm spoiled because I get to go to a Safeway in Lone Tree and it's got everything I ever want. If they don't, I can ask them and they'll go get it for me. But last year I saw empty shelves, and that concerns me. We are experiencing inflation now, and that concerns me. Does that mean that worker rights, the rights of individuals who work in agricultural settings, take precedent over the price or the availability? No, but they can't be separated. It all drives to the bottom line, and not just the bottom line of the employer, the farmer, the rancher, but of the grocery store, of the company that makes the ketchup or whatever else you might go in the grocery store to buy. All of the ingredients that go into those products are a factor in how much the food, fiber, and fuel costs that we buy. And back to the example of the short-handled hoe, I don't want to require anybody to use that device for hours and hours. I don't want the crippling disabilities that Representative Coleman and others described that I didn't know anything about. I don't want that. But to ban a tool that somebody might want to use at some point for some amount of time, that concerns me. To require agriculture to go out and comply with some parts of this bill sooner than later. Appreciate the amendment that would have implemented the bill as of January 1st or sometime after the first of the year, 22. I'm concerned. And I've had years enough experience in this building to know that that doesn't have to be the objective of the bill. I remember a bill years ago that allowed people in Colorado to get one copy of their credit report once a year. And how great that was going to be. And people said, you know, this is going to increase the cost of credit reports. And the people who sponsored that bill and supported that idea said, no, it won't. That's not in the bill. And you know what happened? The cost of credit reports went up. So is it Is it reason enough to vote no on this bill because the price of food might go up? Yeah, that's a legitimate reason to vote no. Does that mean that the price of food is more important than the health of workers? Health or safety? No. It's just it's a factor that cannot be disconnected. It can't be isolated. And every time we do something trying to help some people, we're going to hurt others. And I think this bill ultimately is going to make food, fiber, and fuel cost more. And I think that some people who support this would probably say they're okay with that. It's worth it. But we don't know the total cost of that until it happens, and that's frustrating. The fiscal note will look at the cost to the state. We can take those things into consideration. But my good friend from El Paso County, a member of the business committee who heard this earlier, made the comment that he doesn't want our state to be like California. I sure don't want that either. If you can find a place where it costs more to live than Colorado, you probably start there in California. Why? Because the California legislature's been passing legislation to protect people and do other great causes that cannot be disconnected from the inevitable result of driving up costs or reducing supply and demand. So I have mixed feelings. Right now I am a no. I'm anxious to hear from our good friend from Sterling, the ranking member on the Ag Committee. If the gentleman from Montrose does the same analysis, let's look at how all of the amendments that were adopted, how they create a new version of the bill. And if it's tomorrow that we vote on third reading, I'm anxious to hear what their perspective is on Senate Bill 87. For now, I will remain a no vote, but with mixed feelings. Again, I want to end where I started, and that was to say thank you to the sponsors for listening, accepting so many amendments, and hearing the concerns of the minority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, everybody, for your gracious work on the bill today and your kind comments. I think I can just leave some closing remarks that will remind folks in the Senate about the positive things that we are accomplishing here today, and to respond to some of the things that were, just recently brought up. One of my colleagues from Colorado Springs said that clearly, even though he doesn't have a tie to the agricultural industry, never worked in it, could tell that the people who wrote the bill had little or no agricultural background. So do know that this bill was written by farm workers and employers all across the state in lots of different areas of production. They're just one small group of the coalition of supporters that put this together. It's a broad-based group of supporters that reflect what the bill reflects. This is about labor law as it pertains to there's only two groups of workers in the state of Colorado who continue to be carved out of these basic protections. One is ag workers and one is domestic workers. And that's it. That's it. That's why it went to the Labor Committee, because the bill is entirely about labor law, protecting workers in the workplace, restoring basic human rights to one of the only workers in the state, one of the only groups of workers in the state that have been carved out for 85 years. And we didn't just hear from business owners in the committee. We heard from dozens and dozens and dozens of workers and people who were relaying or translating their testimony. The testimony was so shocking about what happened to these workers, what they have endured, whether it was the conditions they were forced to work in. And again, like I said on the front end of the debate, it is not the industry in total that treats their workers this way. I don't want to demonize the industry as a whole. But, like my dad would be appalled to think of underpaying a worker. We had one full-time worker. I mean, well, would be appalled at the idea of not paying the minimum wage or what someone should earn. And a lot of the owners that came in, company owners that came in to talk to us about their opposition to the bill, this bill probably wouldn't need to apply to them because they're doing things right. They are the part of the industry that we're all proud of. The people who came to talk to us said, well, I've never done anything like this and I've never seen anything like this done before. But for the hours of testimony that we heard from workers, they described mistreatment, they described being underpaid, they described being fired, they described enduring terrible medical conditions on the job because they weren't allowed to seek care. They described problems with access where they weren't allowed to come and go as they pleased. They described problems with access where provisions weren't allowed to be brought in. They described horrific working conditions, living conditions that impacted their whole life, not to mention the miserable pay. The producers who came to testify against the bill were so upset and shocked by what they heard from the workers that almost all of them had to stop what they were going to say and acknowledge what they heard and say, I apologize for my profession. They were really taken aback. It is shocking if you're new to these complaints. If the reality of farm workers is new to you, it is shocking. If all you know is your family business where you've never mistreated a worker, I mean, that's really great for you and your workers. But what we hear would be shocking to you. It's not shocking to me. I've heard it for years. I learned about what happened generations before I was even born. Another thing that my colleague from Colorado Springs said was that, well, why do we need to make these changes? The workers keep coming back. They must be happy. They like it. Well, I first heard that argument in a documentary about the farm workers movement that began in 1962. Same argument. We shouldn't put any of these worker protections in place. The workers are happy. They keep coming back. It's kind of sad. I mean, that there's that big of a disconnect between the reality of what these workers are experiencing on day to day. And rural Colorado isn't just the business owners. Keep in mind that rural Colorado is everyone who lives in rural parts of the state. There's 50,000 ag workers in the state, give or take. 50,000 ag workers in the state that until we pass this bill are not guaranteed these basic rights. They're part of rural Colorado too. And I don't need to remind you that the industry depends on them to be prosperous. Now workers are beginning to take jobs in other states because of Colorado's lack of protection and pay. And it's not just California. Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Florida, Minnesota, Hawaii, Maryland, New York, Idaho, North Carolina, Louisiana, Maine, New Jersey, Oregon, and Wisconsin. They all have worker protections in place. And you want to talk about a short growing season? I lived in Minnesota for a few years. The Colorado growing season is not that much different from the surrounding states that also have some of these protections. So the argument that we can't continue to prosper as an agricultural state if we put in these basic protections, that's an argument that the opponents are making, that industry is making, that the business owners are making. But so far we haven't seen it play out. Because the reality of it is Colorado's way behind. These other states have already been implementing these protections, and the fears that the industry here has have not played out there. I do appreciate all of the work today, like I said, and some of the ideas that came forward, but they weren't new to us, to the senator from Commerce City and myself. We've literally spent the last 6 months writing this thing. We have compromised at every turn in order to honor the industry and address the legitimate concerns that were brought forward. And I mean on a granular level sometimes. And every single part of the industry has a different concern. The problems that cow-calf operation has are not the same as the carrot growers in Weld County. They just aren't. So we took our time to listen and really address where we could, what we could bend on, what we could compromise on, what we could possibly give on. And we really, really did. It took almost 2 hours today just for the bill sponsors to describe all of the compromises and concessions that we have made as proponents. 2 hours just to describe the concessions that we made. So I don't want to trivialize the work that we've done or the compromises that we've made, because it's the bulk of the work is intense. It has changed the bill significantly, but you can take pride in the version of the bill that's leaving the Senate today, because it still protects those basic tenets that we needed to achieve, much like the ones that were outlined and applauded in the resolution marking Cesar Chavez Day. We still guarantee people the minimum wage, the right to organize, overtime, workplace safety, and protections against retaliation. Much needed change for the agricultural industry that has been exempt from all of those things until today. So I thank you for your time and attention, and I thank you for your support of Senate Bill 87.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 87 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 200 lay over until tomorrow, May 20th.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 200 will lay over until tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 261?
Senate Bill 261 by Senator Fenberg, concerning measures to increase the deployment of renewable energy generation facilities to meet Colorado's energy needs and the connection there, raising the allowable capacity of consumer-sided renewable energy generation facilities and giving customers additional options for increasing the scale and flexibility of new installations.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 261.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I know we just got off of a long debate, but this is a bill that I think is important because as we have conversations as a legislature about Colorado's future energy use, I think we also need to take a look at modernizing some of the statutes that have been put into place back when sort of the solar industry really started to take hold and become more mainstream. And that's what 261 is about. It's about making sure that there are not arbitrary limits on how much solar someone can put on their roof. It allows a consumer to sort of think about their future energy use, whether they're going to get an electric vehicle or an electric heat pump or something like that, and account for that when they put their solar system on their home. It allows for more flexibility for folks to think about maybe they have more than one property, or maybe they are an owner of a commercial property that has tenants, and provides flexibility so that everybody can use solar if they wish to and enjoy the benefits of it. It also allows the use of new technologies called meter collars, which is a technical term, but it is essentially a way to more efficiently interconnect to the electric grid. These are proven, they have been used in other states. I think it is time that we just make sure that consumers have the right to do what they want to do on their property to offset their energy use and take into their own hands the control over their future energy needs. So we do have a handful of amendments because this is something that we've been working on for a very long time and have had a lot of very good conversations with co-ops, with the investor-owned utilities, and the like, and there are a couple of concessions and amendments and clarifications that we would like to offer.
Senator Piola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I too am proud to be a part of Senate Bill 261. I have copies of an article I found online this weekend, and granted it's utility scale, but it really lines out the cost competitiveness of solar combined with battery moving forward. It was in the Wall Street Journal, May 16th, and the title is Natural Gas, America's #1 power source, already has a new challenger, batteries. And the reason I bring that article up is because it directly ties into this bill and what, at the residential scale, this bill, and possibly the utility scale, this bill will allow, looking forward for the state of Colorado in energy production, primarily through solar. And with
There's
that,
an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 12?
Amendment 12 to Senate Bill 260.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably the bulk of the significant changes that we are making in the bill through amendments. It does a few things. It turns the piece about the bill around master meter operators to a rulemaking. Most of you probably don't know what that is, nor do you want to know what it is, but it will now not be in statute. That part of the bill will be kicked to a rulemaking at the PUC. But the more important parts in the conversations with the utilities are later on in this amendment, and that is the piece around allowing the limitation of a solar system on someone's roof or something like that to be no larger than 200% of their expected energy use. So currently it is at 120% of past use. This would bump it up and also allow for load growth for that customer, because if they buy an EV or something like that, they can think about their expected growth in load. And then on the back page of this amendment on L012, it allows, this is an important one, it allows a utility to charge a delivery fee for energy if someone is generating energy off-site on a non-contiguous property but wants to use it at a different site. So there's a lot of questions in committee, for those that were in the committee for this debate, around why would we allow someone to produce energy and send it to another location and not pay for it? This would allow the utility to charge a fee for those customers to make sure that they are being made whole, that nobody is free riding on the electricity grid, and that it doesn't have negative impacts on non-solar customers. The next part of this amendment caps the rollover of energy credits, caps it at 100% of their expected annual energy use. This is so somebody doesn't overproduce and claim a bunch of credits in perpetuity, and then that creates a liability on the books for the utility. I don't think anybody would be incentivized to do this in the first place, but if for some reason someone wanted to build a massive system just so they can rack up electricity credits they'll never use, this part of the bill would provide some guardrails and not allow someone to do that in excess, and urge an aye vote on L012.
Is there any discussion? Senator Piola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members, I too rise in support of L012, specifically the portion that removes 120% cap. It's important to allow folks taking this opportunity to be able to grow into their systems, and the scale and the cost reduction of purchasing a larger system that they could then grow into with down the road, a year or so, they decide to purchase an electric vehicle 1 year and maybe another electric vehicle in year 2 or 3. This is really smart and will allow consumers to save even more money long term, as well as increase the utilization of this technology. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? The motion is the adoption of amendment L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 16?
Amendment L016 to Senate Bill
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L016.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just adds some additional language for that rulemaking for the master meter operators that I referenced previously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 11?
11 to Senate Bill 261 by Senator Quorum.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011.
To the amendment.
Thank you. If you'll look at page 8 on the bill, line 3, after portion insert IAIV, page 8, line 22, strike municipal solid waste and substitute waste materials. And page 9, after insert greenhouse gas neutral with respect to electricity generated using biomass by coal mine, methane, or synthetic gas facility, which means that the greenhouse gas entitles to the atmosphere as a result of the process of converting the fuel source to electricity do not exceed the greenhouse gases, etc. What this bill does, this allows for paralysis on projects other than municipal waste dumps.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do see this as a friendly amendment and ask it for an aye vote.
Any other discussion? The motion is the adoption of amendment number 11. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 13?
Amendment 13 to Senate Bill
Mr.
261.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L013.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting amendment. It came from our friends at Energy Outreach Colorado, and is something that the utility, I know Xcel Energy supported this because they already do this and allow for this when it comes to community solar gardens. But essentially what it is that it allows the customer or the utility to donate excess billing credits to Energy Outreach Colorado to be used for low-income energy assistance. I think this makes sense. Some people plan to use their excess credits, some people don't, but this allows those credits not to go to waste and to go to somebody who needs the help, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment L015?
Amendment L015.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015, and it is our last amendment.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is because after working through a lot of the conversations with the utilities, we got to a decent place on the delivery fee, on the limitations, on making sure that you can't roll over an indefinite amount of credits, and that there is at times a limit on how big of a system you can build. They said, well, we still aren't crazy about this applying to commercial and industrial customers. And in talking a little bit more about that, I think the main reason that they said the reason why they didn't want this to be available for those customers is because if large customers, so let's say all the Walmarts in the state or large industrial energy users decide to do this, and if they all decide to do it around the same time, it can impact the utilities' forecasting of how much energy they need to purchase and what they need to build to provide energy for their users. Because one house coming off of the grid is not a big deal. Several large energy users coming off at the same time could be. And so this allows the PUC to set minimum and maximum levels of how much system-wide, how much energy the utilities have to reserve for these projects. We don't specify what that minimum or maximum is because we don't yet know if this is something that will have a lot of uptake, if it will impact forecasting and planning for the utilities, but it provides that authority for the utilities to ask for the guardrails and for the PUC to deliberate and create rules about it.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of L015. This amendment, as well as the reasonable charge language in L012, helps keep the utilities held whole, so they will be a stable backup for solar customers. Again, ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Urge and I vote on this bill. This is one of those dorky issues that I have just been kind of immersed in and working on, frankly, for a couple of years, and it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, surprising that I'm a dork. It's been a lot of fun digging in on it with folks who agree with me, folks who don't, the utilities, the developers, the users, and just want to say thank you to all the folks who have worked on this, helped me understand it. And I urge and I vote. I think this is the right balanced approach that doesn't go too far for in terms of in the minds of the utilities, but also modernizes how we do net metering and solar and makes sure that we are looking towards the future, not just the past, when it comes to our solar and energy needs. Urge and I vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committees will rise and report.
Thank you. ¿Y el presidente? ¿Y la presidenta?
Did you already take Cook off? No. Yeah, you should. Yeah, they're gonna excuse me.
The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please excuse Senator Cook from the roll call? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 262 as amended, Senate Bill 259-87 as amended, 261 as amended, passed on second reading, order and gross placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1121, Senate Bill 200 laid over until May 20th and retained their place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report.
Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole
Senator
report.
Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just addresses fairness. Just love to be fair, and I greatly appreciate how on the previous bill we were talking about, the majority leader seemed to take in fairness, so I know he will this. This bill just basically says that...
Senator, would you please move the amendment?
001, thank you.
Continue, sir.
What this is overtime wages for agricultural worker rules. The director shall promulgate rules providing overtime and maximum hours protections to agricultural employees, to be proposed no later than October 31st, 2021, and adopted no later than January 31st, 2022. The rules must implement the same overtime and hours protections that the General Assembly implements for its sessional employees. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Is there any discussion regarding Amendment 001? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I encourage a no vote on Cow Amendment 1. This will be worked out in rulemaking, and there's all kinds of issues with this around the classifications of our own session-only employees. So I ask for no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Zenzinger, Hawkins Lewis, Bridges, Coleman, Hanson, Rodriguez, Kolker, Gonzalez, Fields, Buckner, Winter, Lee, Pedersen, Janal, Story, Donovan, Moreno, Danielson, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 14 ayes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. The motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 262 as amended, Senate Bill 159, Senate Bill 087 as amended, Senate Bill 261 as amended, passed on second reading, word engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 200 laid over until 5/20/21, retaining its place on the calendar. Change in sponsorship. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Moreno will be added as a Senate co-prime sponsor along with Senator Danielson on Senate Bill 087. And Senator Priola will be added as a Senate co-prime sponsor along with Senator Fenneberg on Senate Bill 261. Consideration of House amendments. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 119?
Senate Bill 119 by Senators Bridges and Lundin and Representative Escar and Geithner concerning increasing access in high school to high-quality credentials within the Career Development Success Program and in connection with making appropriation.
All right.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we, come on, you agree with me. I move that we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 119.
Is there any discussion? Senator Lundin.
The House saw the wisdom of doing things our way.
Having no, Senator Bridges.
And put money towards it, which was the big difference. There was an appropriately appropriated appropriation.
From the Appropriations Committee.
From the Appropriations Committee. After our committee had fun. So, ask for an aye vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 119. Are there any no votes?
There we go.
With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Lundin.
Mr. President, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 21119.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 119. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 119 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
May 19th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to advisory statutes House Bill 1300, 1292, 1105, 1134, amended as printed in the House Journal May 18th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to advisory statutes House Bill 1250, amended as printed in the House Journal May 17th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to advisory statutes Senate Bill 35, amended as printed in the House Journal May 18th, 2021.
Message from the reviser.
May 19th, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1105, 1134, 1250, 1292, 1300 without comment as amended Senate Bill 35.
Delivered to the governor.
May 19th, to the governor for signature on Wednesday, May 19th at 2 p.m. Senate Bill 2182, 101, 115, and 136.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 279 by Senator Story and Simpson, Representative Roberts, concerning delinquent interest payments for property tax payments.
Finance.
Senate Bill 280 by Senators Fields and Cook, concerning crimes that are bias motivated.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Conference committees to report.
First report on the first conference committee of House Bill 1016. To the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on House Bill 1016 concerning the authority to transfer jurisdiction of a veteran's defendant's case to a jurisdiction with a veteran's specialty court has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendment made to the bill as the amendment appears in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted House Committee Representatives Ortiz, Lynch, and Tipper. Senate Committee Senators Garcia, Rodriguez, and Gardner.
Announcements. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, we will be meeting 15 minutes after Agriculture Committee hearing. So we have two bills up in Ag, and then in Health Committee, we are laying over two bills. We're going to be laying over House Bill 1171, and we're also laying over House Bill 1305. So we will be hearing four bills today. And we are meeting in our regular committee room, Senate Committee Room 357.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Judiciary Committee will meet at about quarter of 3 to hear two bills. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure where the Finance Committee chair is, but I'm going to make the announcement that the Finance Committee, which was scheduled to meet at 1:30, will meet upon adjournment of the Judiciary Committee. Oh, there she is.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as you probably have noticed, there are a lot of flags in this chamber. Yep. So, yeah, there's one there, there's one there, there's a couple over there. That is because, as we discussed earlier, we will be doing the photo recreation. That will be on Monday, May 24th. We will gavel in, and then we will do the photo. So please be on time on Monday. We will make another announcement, I'm sure, in the next couple of days. We'll see you there, Senator Bridges. Please wear solid colors. This is not going well.
Members, this is important as many of you have come back up and asked about this. When are we taking the picture? So please listen to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is important at least to one person in this chamber. So per the photographer, please wear solid colors as opposed to patterns, as this will show up better in the picture. Darker mid-tone suits, jackets, pants being the preference. For your desks, they should be somewhat orderly, so that would be my desk. That needs to be cleaned. But we do want to reflect that this picture is taken in modern times, so it's okay to have an iPad or a Starbucks cup or the like on there if you'd like. And finally, I'm sure to all of your dismay, the plexiglass dividers will be no more tomorrow. Oh, sorry, no, they will stay on forever. That's what this says. They will be taken down tomorrow. I don't believe they will have a need to come back up. Additionally, this coming Friday, the 21st, we will be doing the professional clothing drive. So look through your closets, figure out some clothes that you want to donate. They will be going to a big ARC thrift store truck that will be in the Capitol Parking Circle this Friday. The clothes will be given to Dress for Success and qualified listeners, great organizations to help people looking for work, to make sure they look their best selves to get that job. So please bring your clothes. We will be doing that again this Friday from 11 to 3. The folks will be in the parking circle to collect the items. The Good Senator from El Paso County asked when the photo is going to be. If someone could inform me. Monday, May 24th. Mr. President, we do have some House bills, I believe, to read across the desk. You do not need to be here. We will not be coming back to do more work this afternoon. Thank you for your work this morning. I move the Senate recess until 3 o'clock today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in recess until 1500 hours today.